Hey you internet, it is time for the long-awaited Arknights collabs and distorting while pulling for egos. That is my favorite part of gacha games, the pulling. Gambling do be fun, and I can guarantee good odds, but it is what it is. And then there's also the whole cool story. I'm sad that it's not dubbed, so I will have to talk. Ark, let's go, hi Ark. Okay, I will do the goblet squats and the push-ups, but let me gamble first. I want to gamble first. No, I just started my stream. This was immaculate timing. I hope you're streaming well, Ark. You were at least kinda lucky on the banner. I also watched Mastisha pull. He went over the 200. I'm not sure how far he actually had to go, but it is what it is. Anyways, one pull is all you need for... No. Actually, let's get the one pulls out of the way. I need my addiction gambling. This one is meaningless. I mean, I still miss the Yisang ID. It's not meaningless. Now distort. Yeah, okay. Wish me luck. It's 110 pull and the team is all you need. Fuck video games. Like, honestly, perfect scenario is I spent 200 pulls on this banner. Sad scenario is I spent 400 pulls on this banner. If it's more than 400 pulls, I am gonna distort live on stream though. But yeah, how did you enjoy the story so far? Is it as peak as Monkeys made it sound like? Let's go! We're gaming! It's that easy. Waiting for 400. It's Horseman. Let's go. If it's just kind of, I don't, it should be horse, right? Yeah. So far it's peak. Nice. I do fear the absence of brilliance. He hasn't gotten to the part where it's peak, man. Okay. Now, it would be peak if I don't even need to spend any lunacy, but that's maybe asking for too much. But I need a shards. I honestly gonna need to probably convert some boxes and shards into threat to uptype for all the egos today. So I take it. I mean, a few more V-stars could also not hurt. But those elude me. I'm being it. Good, man. So yes, I feel so bad for you. I believe in you being able to get the pulls together. See, now this is where the fun begins. Please, Kim. That's all I wanted to see. Honestly, I feel like, especially since this is supposed to entice new players, what I think would be really neat is actually delete the chance for at least the other egos. Only have event egos on this banner. Otherwise, it is kind of so rough. So slowly but surely, I feel like my streamer luck did run out. It's kind of sad that there's no way to really keep track of the pulls without going out of this. Okay, we have like 90 more pulls for one ego. We got this. Arknights players booting up the game for the 0.65% chance. Exactly, that's horrendous. I mean, to be fair, Arknights players are used to horrendous gacha ways, I think. But, you know, maybe don't do it to them. Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. The more I distort, the better I can make a clip out of this probably. And get famous on the internet for being not lucky. We are getting close to the 200 though. Okay, 5 more. 5 more. What's even more unreal? We're like 150 pulls in. I did not see a 3-star ID yet. Like, the only thing I saw was that one ego. Yeah, today is a bad day for pulling. This is gonna be a very sad day for pulling. I should keep track, but yeah, two more 10 pulls. We're going to the 400, baby. Fuck. Let's go! We're not going to the 400. That's all I needed to see. Thank you, Ling. She was called Ling. I know this. I looked stuff up. I mean, honestly, 2 egos doing 200 pulls with no 3-stars still not the greatest, but I take it. So one more 10 pull. You know, can you shout announcers from this banner? Okay, we believe in this 10 pull so I can get like GXC Shun announcer. That's what I would love to see. Please, Kim. Ah. We tried. Pull to 400 for Ricardo. I think, did I get Ricardo? Which one announced Ricky? This is now very important. I guess they're actually sinners. I'm missing so many of those because I always tweet. I got Ricardo. I miss so many of them. I mean, I even miss my Nacht ones because I always feel like, especially the Nacht ones, I can get later from the Nacht burner. So yeah. I think Chun would be nice. As we go to the Haishu. What is? I think this is maybe better setup for my Haishu team. We go Honglu. Did I pay? I did not. My poke S does not want to spend like 20 euros on the announcer, but also I really like Arknights. I'm conflicted. I really like Arknights, but I could also spend money in Arknights. I will think about it. But yeah, I've heard up that spinning for those egos is pretty good or something. Right? This one is... I think I like in concert this one the most since it sounds like fun to spam egos. I mean, I also like... But I did not desung it yet. I'm smart. I'm getting enough sleep lately. Der goes my song. Come home, cat girl Faust.
아득한 야정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
I mean, honestly, I'm feeling good that I only got away with 200. That's so lucky. So maybe next event or something I might actually just go for. Actually, that next event I might not pull much if I... Or well, not at all, since I could probably use my seasonal ticket and be lucky. But maybe I can get coped into pulling for an actual event after this Walpurgis or something, depending how Walpurgis Nacht goes. Did you get 3 egos in total from Pulse? I mean, 2 egos from Pulse and 1 from Yisang. So I take it. I take it. But I'm normally super hyped for Walpurgis, but it not having anything other than the banners kinda ruining my enthusiasm to it. I'm probably still gonna be hyped for the IDs once you get to see them. But man, I feel like Walpurgis is one of the things Kim should not like save on. Well, there goes my fluid sex side crate. Honestly, I still feel like this is probably the strongest of the egos. Maybe in a sense you could say that Ishmael's ego is stronger. I feel like Ishmael's ego, by being a bit more niche of what team you want to run, probably has more potential. And yeah, we absolutely need to convert stuff into threat, which is gonna be sad. Or, on the other hand, you can like point and laugh at me when you actually see the stockpile on quails I'm having right now. I still need to grind more. I did not grind that much this season. Yep, we're getting this one. I'm overflowing. That is not good. Say we did all of those. I guess we do run high issues. I think Mangus did say he did set up support IDs for all of the egos. I don't need to be better that I did not farm yet. I guess the first ones actually feel like a big deal. I think I really like that they at least encapsulates the gameplay of Arknights with the egos. Where's my Ishmael? But yeah. This game here podcast words ahead of time. Okay, we automatically norm at hard. But yeah, make sure to claim also the lunacy from the normal version if you started playing on the hard. Friendly streamer advice. Here within 10 turns. Okay, this is gonna be fun though. I will say this goddamn every stream I do of this during events or something like that. Why the hell is this UIs? Or actually, I do see who has it equipped because of the. Okay, this is actually golded in the sense at least. That must be Mangus' one. Let's go. Thank you so much. I guess I probably would. I want Quackos first before you sang an installation like this. I'm not sure. This is awkward a bit. Let's look at Pretty Vyoshu. I was exploring a lobotomy corporation French when my consciousness sinks into the depths. Sense of cognition, itself a concept without form, flows into the shadow of an ever-widening river, swept up in its currents to nowhere. Enjoy the fight really like the next two. I hate the pacing in Limbus sometimes. I mean, I guess it's nice that it just don't throw fights in there, does not make no sense at all, but also Jesus Christ. We went into an abnormality, but Matsuro told us that Hongyon's lobotomy corp branch should be free of any abnormalities. The abnormality which had appeared out of nowhere was more otherworldly than any we'd encountered so far in our journey, and deep blue. It was fathomlessly blue and seemed to have a pull that endlessly drew us into itself. Just as I was about to recall this abnormality, A myriad of sceneries and a flood of incalculable thoughts crash into my mind like wild waves before ebbing away from its shores. I was already lost in the drift somewhere within my own consciousness. But I realized this. Just how long am I going to be adrift? The sensation of my own consciousness floating away is quite an unfamiliar one. I floated about in that strange state for a while. Eh? Unfamiliar voice seizes my aimlessly drifting consciousness. Let's go, I can just do my Amiya voice. Are you Dante? Oh man. I'm gonna have to voice like so many different characters in this, won't I? Since I assume we're gonna have also all the Arknights characters in this, right? Ah, Jesus. The fog of my mission clears as the voice breaks through the waves. The concerned expression comes into view. Yes, I am. Ah, what a relief! Becker, I think the end has come to. So, who I was about to ask further questions to the stranger with particularly long animal-like ears. Wow. We cannot just single her out for that, but... I felt the drowsiness coursing back with the terrifying memories of the dream, rendering me unable to speak. I have to get a hold of myself. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed. How is the weird out by ears? Exactly, I feel like animal ears is actually not that special in the city. Honestly, I feel like, in a sense, city probably would have a lot more furries. With all the tech they have. I barely managed to wake myself from slumber to get a grasp of my surroundings, only to find myself surrounded by more unfamiliarities. It was that stranger from earlier, sitting atop a rock and silently taking in the sights, a young girl who probably saved my life. She is pretty cool. She also likes saving lives. Wait, so... we had those enemy ears after all? Okay. It's not important right now. I have to prioritize figuring out just where in the world I ended up in. So where? You're standing by the Iberian coastline. How are you feeling? Get out of it, but I'm okay otherwise. Iberia, huh? Yes, we're in Iberia. Given that we're next to an ocean, maybe I drifted all the way to Ukop's Great Lake? Iberia was an unfamiliar name. But that was all I had to go on, given that the city was still full of more unknowns than knowns to me. I waited you, colleagues, when you briefly woke up earlier. You'll be here any minute. I see. Wait, my colleagues, you must run into the sinners then. Fog of my mind immediately cleared as soon as I realized that the sinners were all nowhere to be seen. Sinners? I think so. I ran into them earlier. They were looking all over the place for someone with a clock for their head. It was a pretty unique description, so I could tell right away that you were the person they were looking for. You know, I feel like maybe I don't have the most experience with gacha collabs, but when collabs like this happen, this is not normally a lot more usual that basically whatever is collabing with the game gets dragged into the game's world instead of the other way around, which I guess happened here. That's interesting at least. All I'm saying is why is there no Arknights collab part in Arknights? Did you know that I kind of really enjoy playing Arknights? So this clock head does come in handy. Manager Bart. Dante! Woken up in an unfamiliar place with an unfamiliar face, and in the midst of this all, a round sense of displacement, the faces that appeared before me were certainly a sight for sore eyes. Kim Jeong needs that money, Mula. I wonder how much, in a sense, he really paid for this. This must have still been expensive, and I get that's how collabs normally work, but with how the game structure works in Limbus, removing basically a whole intervallo after a month hurts so much, and also like get Miro Dungeon pack and everything, since let's be honest, I feel like one of the biggest game weaknesses is that there are so many content vaults. They're a lot better this season, and I'm happy about that part, but I just feel like Project Moon at this point probably did not have the resources to justify missable content like that. But who knows, maybe overall it will be successful. I think Limbus is on the top of the charge of games again. We're 13 done, let's go. Mega, Honglu! Was happened here, Toby? She found you unconscious by the ocean. Came as fast as I could. And, oh boy, I was worried that something bad might have happened. Glad to see you're doing fine. Are you lost at sea? Don't know. Well, I do think I'm fine though. I guess not having any way to think forward has finally come in handy. You should go get it checked out just in case. Wait. The head's waterproof, right? How do his flames really work? Tucker takes a moment to steady his breathing, then mutters a casual quip as he lights a cigarette. He doesn't seem that concerned, maybe not actually in that much danger. I wonder if there's actually ever a justification why his clock head is designed this way with the flames and everything. I get it, thematically this makes very much sense for the character this side of Dante, but is there an in-universe reason why somebody went like, yeah, we gotta make this clock head. You know what's really missing? Some nice fire. So, what's happened? Where are we? Do you remember anything that Lobotomy Corp wrench Kishun told us about? Yeah. We ran into a new abnormality and got sucked into it before we even had a chance to do anything. Oh, a clock head, you know what you need? A clock for a head. He needs to get clocked, exactly. Man, I really thought it was for us, especially with you getting sucked in there too, Manager Bud. But when we came to, despite waking up with our faces down in some ditch, we were all fine without a scratch. But it was quite a mess when we realized that you got missing. I wonder if this was basically a blue star aberration. But isn't... Man, it shows us that at this point I don't mean like Miro Dungeon flavor text at all, but isn't at least the aberration we have in Miro Dungeon instead of sucking in, repelling instead? And it would feel strange if they would reference the actual blue star. I mean, I guess there could be more aberrations of it anyways. I wanted to search for you immediately. It took a while before I got a better bearing of where we were. But MD isn't some random Chinese lob corp for that's also true. It might just be a slightly different thing, or yeah, more closer to our blue star. So we're not a Q corpse, Great Lake. But I guess I just assume at this point in the game the abnormalities we will encounter are those aberrations we already have in the Miro Dungeon, so... I mean, it could also be just one of the abyss things somehow in the city, but I guess it makes less sense. All those nuggets got isekai. Oh no. I mean, honestly, isn't that probably like the best way to actually go out if you're a Lobotomy Corp nugget then? I mean, depends, I guess, on the gacha game you get isekai'd into. And imagine being that nugget and got like, what was it called? Wasn't it Cookie, what is it called? Cookie One? Wasn't a Cookie One gacha that for some reason got slightly big for some time? Imagine getting isekai into the Cookie One universe and everyone around you says cookies you can eat all day. See, that's how I want to go out. Isekai me into gacha games. Some of us consider that to be a distinct possibility, but it's unlikely. Ishmael was really certain that we are not in District 21. She did concede that it might be an unknown area with the Great Lake of the outskirts. That doesn't seem likely either, given what the rabbit-eared lady there said. The outskirts region of the Great Lake. I've met all kinds of people from all over Terra, but I've never met anyone who referred to the Iberian Sea that way. Terra? Iberia? I found myself puzzled by these unfamiliar terms. A very obvious question suddenly struck me. I do not have enough water around me is what struck me. I need to fix that soon. I feel like my voice is already... Why is my voice so... hoarse? I drank it plenty. As I found myself puzzled by these unfamiliar terms, a very obvious question suddenly struck me. Speaking of which, who are you? Surely I know Iberia lore. I know that it's basically where all the Abyss Watchers, Abyss Watchers are from. And I know that basically the sea creatures are like very spooky, and I think there is an alternate timeline where they actually take over the world. So yeah. Gonna be easy fights. Really? Fellas haven't introduced yourself to each other yet? It's just that. It's just what to take in. It's understandable. You did just wake up from a pretty harrowing experience. Jeez. Actually, would you like to do the honors yourself? I'm Amir, the leader of Wolf's Island. Please, just call me Amir. I'm Dante, manager at Limbus company. I know I'm late, but thanks for saving my bacon. It seems that this Rodeo Island is a pretty big corporation, but... Man, it's kind of wood of beggar. Gregor tells of Omnisteen scratches his head before continuing with some mild trepidation. This young lady with the rabbit ears doesn't know what the head is at all. Yeah. Maybe because they're living in... I'm not even sure I can see in a better world. Arknights world is also super dystopian, right? Like... They probably would... I guess it depends on what parts of the city, but probably living in the city might be better than living in Arknights universe. As far as I know, there aren't any organizations that have the same characteristics as the one Mr. Cracker explained. He's not with a name like the Hat. Also, sorry, it's Wolf's Island, not Rodeo. Yeah, we're not clowns. Sorry, Cracker's kind of bad with names. So, what you're saying is that we are not in the city anymore. It'd be weird for any higher up at these huge corporations to know less about the Hat than we do. I don't be completely clueless about it. Maybe we've tumbled into a previously undiscovered zone of the outskirts, or the ruins, probably. Or maybe we've really found ourselves in a completely different world. So, have you watched this isekai anime, Dante? The conjecture is correct. We're in a way bigger trouble than I thought. This wasn't like a time accident and they stranded ourselves in the outskirts through a door in the corridor. Amia stared at me with some concern, as though she felt my distress. I think I can draw a connection to something else that's happening here. Really? Yes, recently, anomalous signs and events have been occurring in Iberia, ever since a mysterious dimensional door appeared at sea. Oh boy. It's been said that this dimensional door is connected to something very, very distant. Something that we've never observed before, so... Seems reasonable to theorize that the dimensional doors how we managed to cross over to this world. Really would have appreciated Faust's input. Where'd all the other sinners go anyway? Sorry, they're dead. A bit later in the uptake to be gawking around for the other sinners now. Don't you think? There's a settlement near here. They're all helping out the various odds and ends of the village. While taking turns searching for Dante, of course. No, I never thought about how difficult it would be to search for someone. We're like fish out of water too. Man. Barely got even a wink of sleep since yesterday. Everyone's got to be really tired then. Just you two out here for now? Ah, Ishmael, you sang the other half of the search party. Just happened to be the last group in the rotation. Must be searching elsewhere to find you, Manager Bud. We got the news early thanks to Amir's comms gear, but the other team didn't. Yeah, we got lucky. Other team, well, don't have any way to get in touch with them. They'll probably continue the search until their shift is done. Oh, are we talking about that village she mentioned earlier? Right. You've not been there yet, huh? Guess it's a bit off to the beaten path. Well, we're going to have to rendezvous with the other sinners anyway, so let's head to the village for now. Something seemed to pique Amir's interest as she fell into contemplative silence before carefully speaking up. Would like to accompany you there? Sure, I don't see why not. You helped us find Manager Bud. More importantly, you seem to know a lot more about this place than we do. I don't actually know Iberia that well either. I should be able to be of some help. They've closed their borders and have practically locked out any foreign influences from affecting them. But I did get a briefing before the mission. Those borders, huh? And how did you get in, Miss Amir? We followed Dr. Kalsid's directions and illegally crossed the country border. Sometimes I give up on floor 4. Oh no. Ooh, I did pick a hard pack. Whip. Illegally? Oh, does that mean you crossed the border without obtaining any permission, Amir? You had to cross the border somehow in order to investigate how and why the dimensional door came to be. How did they detect the door? How did they learn about it then? Because yeah, I mean, I don't know when this plays during Arknights storyline, but don't think they would be any close by to Iberia where I'm at in the story. Not a single secret boss. Whip. Whip. It's normal for pharmaceutical companies to be doing that. Large pharmaceutical companies often dispatch their agents for missions. And you can't. I'm not. I mean, I'm not a lore master yet. I don't think I will ever be lore master. Honestly, maybe the dream is making also one day just, I guess, videos for the new units, but I feel like it's also gonna be a lot more awkward since Chinese servers will always be ahead. So I would just be reiterating basically Chinese stuff, which I'm not sure how to feel about. Like, I do yap a lot for my ID and Ego previews, but I enjoy it because I don't really normally look up the opinions of other people beforehand or something like that. Like, I will yap with you guys on Discord, but it is what my mind thinks about them, and I like thinking about it. That's engaging to me. If I just basically reiterate something from other people, I probably would hate doing videos so much. Going to sign a Quaker in the Mirror Dungeon? Good luck. I mean, please. Did you get the. What ego did you get? I think you got one ego, right? Or. Because if you got at least Gregor's ego, that would synergize so well on Peace Gregor, right? One I pulled was Faust. It's a good ego. I mean, I guess in a sense, it is kind of sad since I would say Faust's ego is the most usable and a good segue, but also if you already have Fluid Sack, it is also the least priority of the new egos. I did pity Quagga. I see. Oh, you don't have yet. Ah. Yeah, you can dupe them. That is nice. I mean, if for some reason you could have duped Egos just for the collab, I would have lost my mind. Yes, Woods Island is, in its essence, a pharmaceutical company researching treatments for people infected with oropathy. You also work to prevent and assist in the management of various situations that can occur in high-risk areas. Honestly, I've never seen you cure anything. You just kill people. High-risk areas, huh? Wait. About your companions. I doubt you come all the way here on your own. Actually, you know what I'm gonna be very hyped to see? How hard is this interacting if they actually see that other people use magic in this world? That's we were forced to split up due to certain forces that were in pursuit. Wait, stop. Yes, twitched as you came to a stop and began scanning the surrounding area. Then, there! She stood about, confused and noticing something, pointed towards the seashore hidden behind large and cracked rock formations. Yeah, I noticed that, so I'm so sad since, I mean, honestly, if there would be no voice acting, I'm not sure if we would be seeing it today, but I would have been so up to basically go with Ark and Mastisha in this again. Like, I feel like voice acting so many characters on their own is pain and very hard. Having it split up between a few people is so much nicer. I know I can also probably... It would have been nice to know before and there's no voice acting. I feel like you cannot blame me for expecting there to be voice acting for something like this. But yeah, why did Kim not tell us before? And I feel like Kim could have told us a bit more info before the collab overall. What are we supposed to do, huh? It's Skadi! Let's go! Yeah, we saw someone wielding a lengthy greatsword, my favorite bounty hunt or something, that for some reason might kill you. Kim was mean to us specifically, yeah. Yeah. Well, it's fine. I mean, I don't think we will need it during the Kantos, but next intervallo, we should get all together again. Probably at that point I can also move Olsi into this, so we will be 4 people. Yeah, baby! Dann wie war das, Lucy? I don't think that will happen. With 2 familiar faces. Again, move. You're in the way. You needn't worry as you do. You have had ample experience battling monsters who are much like them. Listen, I'm not worried, it's... Come on, better to have 3 fighters than 1, right? Besides, you're the first person we ran into out here, so we've got a lot of questions to ask. You sang Ishmael. Dante, you're unharmed. And here I was getting ready for a 3 days long search. What a relief. Really all worried that we might have never be able to find you. We managed to find him thanks to Hyper Miss Amiya here. Being unchargeable, pull only time you can get this ego, I think higher chances were given, but no. Yeah, like... That is an awful banner. Like, honestly... I feel like we should just rework the ego Oni banners overall. Guess they're not that often anymore, or maybe they are more. They will be more often again. I guess we just got a bunch of ideas. We might see more egos during the end of the season. But yeah, like it is so bad to pull for egos on banners, and it's kinda a scam. Yeah. You're too acquainted. It's a good time for a reunion. I can wait until after we take out the sea monsters. Scotty, are those organisms the seaborns Dr. Calceed mentioned? I'm throwing please click in MD mines. I don't know how great he is really on his own. I mean, to be fair, I'm not a solo runner. Yeah, sea terrors to be specific. Less sophisticated ones among them. They're probably here for me. Sea terrors? Man, I wonder how much this collab will actually spawn me Arknights lore. I mean, coin power conditions, self-healing. Fair. I hear the sticky noise of something viscous slithering against the rocks. When I turn to face the origin of the unsettling noise, I smell the heavy red scent of brine. It's the things! I've beaten some of them up in one of the side events. Because I wanted one of the best healers in the game. At the end of my gaze awaits strange monsters unlike distortions, unlike abnormalities, unlike anything I've ever seen. Yeah, I think that's where the ones that can shoot you as long as you're in the group. I might misremembering. It is so the sea itself is encroaching on the land. Or might have been the more coral things. And one high stagger bar is kinda golded. Was almost certain we weren't at the Great Lake, but I'm not so sure anymore. Experience with the thick scent of brine at the Great Lake must have put her in a very mood. As Ishmael seemed to be a lot more apprehensive about these monsters than anyone else. Do you think those creatures could be whales or mermaids? I don't know. Great Lake and the outskirts are full of unexplored mysteries after all. And what do your senses say? Should get around 30 more pulls. That's fair. If I don't get Honui Ego Chi. It would be sad. I guess it's might be the least important in the sense that it deals damage and nothing else, I feel like. It's unclear. I'd say the closest comparison I could make is with the Vs, but even that's not conclusive. Eh. More enemies on the horizon. We should prepare for battle. Doesn't seem like we can talk things out of them though. So let's take them out. Jesus Christ. I'm almost 46 minutes and we're hitting the first battle. Didn't beat half of this man. Well, finally my job as a streamer. It's not even... Yeah, I actually want to beat. Deep Sea Slider. Sinking. As long as no sinking on me, interesting. Top of... They brought in the goop! I'm so happy. This on top of necessary friend. A turn and take fixed. This is my goop. Let's go! I can joy back. I can just point and go like, I know it's from my other game. Okay, yeah, so we do take damage over time and get nervous impairment. Great increase nervous impairment stack. Sea terrors on top of another sea friend inflict. Sea friend's influence expands towards center territory with each passing turn. Which one sea territory? I think it's the first time that I guess positioning of sinners matters. Has become staggered, then take fixed damage. Okay, this is also basically just a stun. Huh. And they're like weak to all the new egos, huh? Inflict impairment. UIC terror. Look at this tag that will be gone in like a month. I'm a bit cynical about that. We do get clobbered actually, I guess. Why is this not Korean army, dude? This bothers me so much now. I don't regret playing Limbus in Korean, but man, actually I should just already. Ja, gerade Google sind wir. Okay, but you know, it's my whole thing to read Goop. I feel like I cannot do that much against the Goop anyways, mechanically. I am just like the doctor, exactly. Using one team for 100% of this. If you play the Goop mechanic, I mean, what else can you do other than putting basically the tanky singers first and the more fragile in the back line? How expensive is the ego? It's actually very cheap ego in a sense. Not how, you know what? I want 2 ego. Can't pass the I like reading and I'm bad at video games. I love my follow-up attacks though. Let's go animations! I mean, I guess I've seen them all from the trailer already. It is what it is. Oh my dragon! It's the mission. Let's go. My brain is fogging. Something just familiar input. All remaining enemies have been tweeted to the sea. Good work, everyone. I think I'd have to deal with anything remotely like this outside the Great Lake. You can say that again. Taking us the whole day if that Skadi character didn't occupy the other half while Miss Rabbit helped us from a distance. Oh yeah, I guess I owe you push-ups. Okay. How do I do 12 push-ups now? I grab something to drink, and later I will do an ad break where I do the rest of the exercise. That sounds good. Okay, let's do some push-ups. Oh, honestly, today I don't mind. I had such a nice day, to be honest. Since I did not get to have a talk with my parents I wanted to have, but otherwise, very good day. Very good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No. What? Here we are, chat. So I mean, you use magic. So we're catching up after the battle. I hear that brief hum. And turn to look at its source as a Skadi staring at me with palpable alarm. Strange people who transform? The head of clock. Yes, they're both technically true. But it's nothing more than a theory. At this point, I think they have a lot to do with the dimensional door we're supposed to be investigating. Not nice to meet you, I guess. You only hear a ticking clock. Oh, that's because only us sinners can hear Dante's voice. But as Mr. Agumi already pointed out, How did Ami understand him? What's up? Anno. I'm just wondering how Miss Amiya can seemingly understand Dante. Yeah, what's going on here? Yeah, it completely flew over my head that I didn't even question how weird this is. The voice sounds like a ticking clock to me too, but I don't know. It's almost like I can sense what they're trying to say, what kind of emotion they're trying to convey. Oh, actually, is that part? Man, actually, how far are you in the Arknights story arc? But yeah, I did see Amiya actually do funky stuff. I guess this could be part of her power. Her explanation reminded me of the blue boy in Sinclair's past, but I didn't quite feel the uncanny sensation from Amiya that I felt from them. Does she have the mark of Cain? No, I think she has more like the Echo from 14. So she can beat me kinda like how Bachelius can, I guess? But don't think it's a bad thing. That's true. It's been a bit of a hassle to always need Power Honglu to translate for you, Dante. I'd like to know exactly how she can understand Dante, but I don't think we've got the luxury of time to sit down and figure this out. So, are we heading back? Sounds like a plan. Sounds like we know anywhere else to go, right? Oh, I'm Miss Rabbit here, and be tagging along too. She says to help us find our way back. I'm glad to be working with you two also, Miss Ishmael, Mr. Honglu. The words right out of my mouth. They helped us plenty. They clearly know a lot more about this place than me do. Journey is long. Perhaps embarking on it ere the sun's fall would be wise. How long's the journey? No idea. It's not like we have a clock with us. But I do know that's not very far. So we just need to walk along the coastline for a bit. It is a very crappy clock face. Scotty quietly points in my direction. Oh. Then they can't tell us time because they're not on time. And why the clock head? I didn't exactly choose to get myself a clock-shaped head. I looked away from Scotty's inquisitive eyes, which were quite solidly fixed on my head. The coast of Iberia are hardly good places for people to live. Things can go anywhere in this world, but they thrive at places that meet the ocean. So how did people manage to build a village at a place like this? Monsters are called sea bones or sea terrors, yes. So that they posed certain difficulties, they were hardly the kind of monsters with the strength to bring skirts and drive out the local populace. Don't judge them based on that brief skirmish. She's just telling us to be on our guard, right? Scotty can be a bit curt, but she's not a bad person. Don't think she said anything wrong. Nothing rules out the existence of stronger variants of these creatures being out there. Scotty's concern only served to fan my curiosity, but something about her expression communicated that I probably shouldn't pry. I quietly quickened my pace as he walked to the village. Am I streaming for an hour yet? Not yet, why? Can I? Actually, I can do ads already though. Good, good. I'm trying to be a more professional streamer. If you make me work out, I will start doing ads from now on, I think. Getting double first time rewards and stuff like that is pretty nice though. Okay. Time to do the rest of... You see, I completed those push-ups. to keep track. Now it's time for 12 squats and 12 push-ups. Wish me luck, chat. And I do a 3-minute ad. No pre-rolls, let's go. Okay, anyways. Let's do this. Let's start with the push-ups again. I will say this every time I do my workout. I probably really should just chill out. I probably should chill out a lot of things. October is going to be a very expensive month for me. I hate this. But yeah, there's some 1, 3, 4, 6, 9, 10. There's like some nice neat software that you can buy lifetime license for that we're gonna increase the price. That actually has like for just using a webcam for all its tracking, like very great tracking, and you could actually use it for hand movement tracking and stuff like that. Which would be kind of very neat if I keep doing stuff like squats in front of my PC for some reason. 1. 3. 5. 6. 7. 8. Why did I want to go in German there? 9. 8. Maybe I want to sit in the. Sometimes I'm doing this because normally I had. While thinking right now, especially on PC, I would just think in English. You might not recognize it from my background pronunciation, but I would say I'm pretty decent at English German. Also, especially because I'm in this spooky outside world while working out, I do think in German then. It's funny how your brain switches around. And it's like half a minute of ads left. Maybe next time I only go for a minute of ads, maybe something like that. I mean, I don't want to go all out of that anyways, but just so there are no pre-roll ads. And I dislike the ad system on Twitch anyways. I wish I could kind of really opt out of the ads, which is probably not something I should say out loud publicly, but yeah, it's kind of stinky that they basically force pre-rolls onto you. Anyways. It's time for the village of that lighthouse. Actually, I wonder if that's the village that is actually in Lumen's side story then or something. Oh, this is a ghost town. This hardly looks like a village. It's more like the ruins of one, isn't it? Doesn't seem like they've done any proper upkeep to the place. Not in a while at least. They're really here, living together? Strange buildings tell the stories of former prosperity from a bygone era. Our steps leave no footprints on the wet, muddy ground. On it, I see a rotting sign marked with the name Faro Muerto. Actually, now I'm curious. Is that the same? Oh, that's also references to real life place, probably. I guess in Puerto Rico. Pacha de Muertos light. See? It's... I love the Arknights, like, kind of... Okay, that is, I guess, on Gran Favo. Okay, yeah, that is from Lumen's side story then. Let's go, I know a little lore. the collect. Oh, and there's also a reference for the item in their roguelike mode. Interesting. Interesting. Everywhere I look in this village, I see evidence of long, silent abandonment. You don't see these kinds of abandoned-looking ruins often in the city either. Oh yeah, there's always someone or something out there waiting to capitalize on that free real estate. Either syndicate or corporation and fix it up. Better than this at least. So, where are the sinners? There's a clearing down there where... We were entrapped betwixt a twain of great ships, narrowing winds against our sail. Ooh. And that is when young Ishmael boomed her comment most fascinant. Say no more. Didn't even have to try to search for them. But then Mercedes' sonorous and familiar voice echoing differently between the empty buildings. That's Don Quixote's voice when she's sharing her adventurous tales. There she was, standing atop a low podium like an actor on stage, regaling a group of people in wax with tales of adventures like a traveling thespian. Answers, ye dogs! Horsemen! This is the moment I, Ishmael, the first mate of vessel Mephistopheles, shall navigate. Stop. Hold on. What do you think you're doing? Young Ishmael, unhand my mouth, for I was just about to regale them with the most fantastic tale of adventures at the Quedler Venture Esquire. And I love my Dawn. She would make a good traveling bard. But I forgot what a D&D thing was actually called in universe, but she would play a bard, right? Beverly, Fao has returned with Venture Esquire safely in tow. They found Clockhead. A burning clock for a head. When I was a child, I hate a story about legendary sarcasm with a flaming head. Gonna go further with Beast, but he didn't get blessing? Man. Why would someone like that visit our humble village? I can... Exactly, gambling. I mean... If you are going for a floor 15 one, isn't it kinda okay to go all out since you kinda make that starlight back anyways? Or I guess I don't know how much starlight you actually have. Well, exterior may carry elements that inspire fear and some. There's no cause for alarm. Yeah, they might look like that, but they are Dante, our manager, and the rest are... Oh, hello. I'm sorry, who are you two? I just started with sharp red instead of I see. Two very nice people who helped us find Dante. This is Miss Amir, leader of Woods Island. And this is Miss Skadi, the operator. She'll be coming along with us for a little while. Okay, do we get to fight alongside Skadi in one of those stages? That's all I want to see. Us? Believe that the dimensional door, which we at Woods Island are investigating, has something to do with why you suddenly woke up here in Iberia. Samir was bringing the sinners up to speed. The villagers who were staring at us curiously approached us. Did our conversation manage to convince them that we are not a threat? I sure hope so. You're friends of our saviors. Saviors? Beverly, this is quite the grand title, yet that is indeed the word by which we attest. We were more precise, by saviors, referring only to Faust and Otis. Faust gave me a light nod when we made eye contact, but I could tell that her lips were drawing a very, very subtle smiling arc. Guessing something did happen. We were quite mistrustful of our initial arrival. Let's go, it's Elfman. What business do outsiders have here? What if they're from the Inquisition? Oh no, what do we do? After all we went through to get here, nobody expects the Limbus Inquisition, exactly. Calm yourselves, everyone. None of them are carrying what appears to be their scriptures or lamps. Let's first try to see who they are. And I don't think they're gonna trust us anytime soon. Is this the Liver ego? It's not that great. Hydrate. I can do that. I can always do that. Hi, OLC. How are you doing? I swear I'm not swimming. Maybe. They're all curmudgeons. Let's STNC, then PTSD. I laugh when I PTSD. It's my favorite. You can't do that, Vyosho. We can't pillage their storage depots. It's look like they already have it hard enough as it is. I don't think STNC is a good way to get started either. Should we just find help elsewhere? Just look at how thin their arms are. God. Oh, I just did my exercise. I'm waiting with the squats for a little bit. Give me one more stage. I've heard it's like 2 hours till then. Perhaps we could inquire as to our whereabouts there. We had to decide our lodging. While the landscape is certainly reminiscent of Ucorp's. Actually, this was just a story, right? Not even a fight. God damn it. Maybe we just do it after this story segment. Yeah. I don't recall seeing you or learning about any place that looks like this. Though I can't say I've been to every corner of Ucorp. I ask again, what business do outsiders have here? My fingers are tightening around the grips of their weapons. Prolonged silence will most likely turn this into a hostile encounter. Thank you, Maso. He can read people actually very well, huh? We can't have that. Hi, we're from Limbus Company. We're Fixers of Justice! Yeah, that. Fixers of the... Oi! Don't you know when to keep it down? Fixers? But there is... It's a ship blueprint, isn't it? You're looking to repair a vessel by any chance? All these construction materials seem to suggest so. Chief. This does not concern you. Not something a mere outsider can understand. Curious. I've never seen an energy source like this before. You run the tests to rule out any stability issues? Seems to power the heat exchanger via some method comparable to the utilization of fusion energy. Have you any thoughts on this, Miss Faust? General design structures somewhat old-fashioned, but there certainly are inspired parts to the design, particularly with the usage of the core energy source. While stability would need to be further studied, this technology seems to be incredibly energy efficient. You identified all that merely by glancing at this blueprint? You must be the village chief then. If so, a position for you. We return for assisting in the ship repair. We were promised a ride on the vessel. As far as thus theorized that perhaps by going out to sea, we'll be able to find a way to return to whence we came. Does that mean we can find a way back somewhere out there in the sea? I mean, the door? Did he forget about the door already? Nothing is certain yet, Dante. At this moment, we are working based on hunch. A hunch? Sensing the implicit omen in her choice of words, I slowly turned around to look at Faust, who nodded solemnly in response, or I guess she does not have any connection to Gesellschaft here either, does she? So, hey, this is gonna be a funny story once he returns home. If you're really in a different world, yep, even a Gesellschaft has to be. You didn't know about the door yet? Okay, when they asked for the boat ride, yes, but now in the dialogue between Dante and Faust, Dante should at least know about the door. Faust smiles faintly as she looks around. Then she pulls me in by my hands. She whispers in a low voice. Action to Gesellschaft is currently operating at a suboptimal level, Dante. So, it's still connected at least? Wait, it is? Ah. It is. However, it makes changes of simple information, taking up to dozens of hours by current calculation. How the hell does the Gesellschaft actually work? How does she still have connection here? Pause using German. Excuse me. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Is this the warp train situation? Because we're in a different dimension? Cars should be identical. I've been connected to an unidentified, unpredictable dimension. However, Force is aware that the pathway to our original dimension is yet to close this time. Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. So that's why she still has connection to the Gesellschaft. Huh. I guess it's a handy way to know that there is always a way back as long as she has connection. So, to get back to where we came from, going through the pathway is the most feasible solution. From that, you came up with the whole plan to repair the ship and sail out to the sea? Yes, well, I'm also a genius after all. She's my genius, let's go. Mia conjectured that we probably came to a dimensional door of sorts. Looks like that dimensional door might be what Faust is looking for. High likelihood, yes. At least there's a way back. I find myself calming down a little. Oh, speaking of which, when do you think you can wrap up the repair job? As fortune should have it, majority of the most time-consuming parts of the repair have already been completed by the locals. It shouldn't take us more than a day or two to get it course part shipshape again. Executive manager? We're staying here a few more days then. How did you manage last night? Well, like I said earlier, we've been keeping ourselves busy looking for you this whole time. Took turns helping with repairs and resting. But I doubt any of us got the proper night's rest. We weren't cold, thanks to the villagers who kept the fire going for us all night. Not to mention how they helped us a ton with the local map they to us. Oh, also, Chief handed us this earlier. What's this for? Ah, looks like a sack to collect water. Give it here. I know how to get it installed. Must be to repay Miss Faust and Miss Otis' efforts at repairing the ship, yet the service they provide is certainly quite generous, even taking the transactional nature into account. Really giving us the best treatment they can, huh? As for food, we managed to fill ourselves with some cookies and fat Vodia keeps in a pot. Jesus, how many versions does she actually hamster? Didn't want to eat into their food supply when they're already pretty tight, you know? Cares enough cookies and fat for 12 people? We did offer us some nosh, those dried fish things, but we refused. I ain't about taking food from the needy. No need to concern yourself so much with our hospitality. I've done more than enough to earn your keep. Turned around to look at the source of that low, rumbling voice and saw an old man in an outfit that seemed to distinguish itself amongst the other villagers. She has about 1 day of food for herself, man. Maybe she secretly is just a hobbit, yeah. There you are, Chief. Is there a place for us to stay the night? We do have places to shelter from the misty humidity at the very least. There's an empty building there, so feel free to occupy it for the night. Oh, are you sure? I mean, I don't mind sleeping in the streets myself. Hey, speak for yourself? I've been looking forward to sleeping with roof over my head since like yesterday. You'll catch the cold sleeping in the elements in this environment, which is fine by me for the rest of you, but you cannot afford to have to execute manager or on a guest suffer that fate. Honored guests? You don't happen from the 4 who left in search of the executive manager. First, I would like to begin by imparting my infinite gratitude to you for finding and rescuing the executive manager. I hear that you are a leader at a pharmaceutical company. Man, she just there. Man. Why is Otis like this? This acquaintance shall certainly come in handy. Guess our stay becomes significantly prolonged. Just surprised by how bold this is. Here something so materialistic when they're standing right there. Can I stay in your village too, Chief? Village Chief took a brief glance at the hems by her white wrist, then nodded. Welcome to Faro Muerto. You're welcome to stay for as long as you want. And please, do let me know if you find yourself without food. Our food supply may be tight indeed, but we have enough to share with those who help to repair the vessel. Oh, you better not go back on your word later. What are kind of local delicacies of it? White fish like they were eating earlier, maybe? Hey, Chief. What is it? Just how are you surviving out here? By the sea. Perhaps the question of how we are surviving is somewhat misdirected. We are only pursuing every possible avenue because we must survive. He responds to Scuddy's perceived hostility with a hearty smile. But leaving some firewood for the night, he left. I'm going. Can't learn much more from here. You're going somewhere at this hour? Scuddy, does this have something to do with the coast? Remember what you said before we got to the village? Something about how coasts are hardy good places to live in. Dante wants to know if this has something to do with the coast? Oh. Do you understand that Aegir language? Aegir language? That's the funny language. Quadi was no, this was she. No, it was Skadi that still spoke in the language. It wasn't Quadi. It's what Skadi speaks it exactly. No. Dante, Skadi has spoken Aegirian. I see. I don't understand a word of Skadi and the chief's conversation because I don't speak Aegirian. Maybe only be that there were enough lexical similarity between one of the studied language Skadi spoken for them to comprehend the meaning. Are we one day actually getting lore about the languages in the city? Weird coincidence. Anyway, I have some things to look into. Something you're all too slow to see. So you have to tell us about it later. Please remember, you're not on a solo mission, Skadi. This is a team effort from Oats Island. Will do. Skadi nodded lightly before leaping off into the night, out of our sights. Kinda worried. She's not the best with people, but she's also pretty thoughtful. She'll be okay. Should we head inside? The sun's starting to set already. Oh yeah, we can probably just pick an unlit building and stay the night there, might. Trying our best to ignore the mood that was starting to turn awkward, made our way into a nearby unoccupied building. So, something, I guess it's gonna be more stormy. I owe you more squads, let's do the squads. That's... Yeah, please. God. I hope you did not hear my leg crack. Inside me, I swear. And I'm getting old, don't I? It's true for me. Or, I guess more reason to work out. Seven. You cannot just redeem push-ups when I... Okay. We're doing story, then we do push-ups. I guess this is how this collab actually works. I'm not gonna finish this whole thing today, won't I? I really need to see if I just do a hard stop at like, don't know, midnight or something like that, or if I commit to staying up late, but I also should not stay up late. I need to be out tomorrow. Commit? I need to get up in the morning. I don't need to... I need energy. Walked past a few narrow buildings and remnants of narrow buildings before we came across a hall large enough to house all 15 or so of us. Okay, now we are ready. With the curtains on the window removed, the smoke has an exit. Well, but we are doomed to shut ourselves to sleep with the soaking wet firewood. Though I had no idea that'd work. We just have to get a small fire going underneath until the wood dries up and catches fire. The downside being all the smoke. It's clear that she has some field experience. Like some fools I know. I shan't sit here and let her carry the burden of labor alone. Bequeath upon me fine ingredients, young Vodion, for I shall conjure thee a pot of special fixer soup. You're making soup with cookies and jelly? Special Don soup for sure. No, you're not getting anywhere near the kitchen again. Not after you cooked up last time. I must admit to a certain level of interest. As many of our fellows wherever are often wrecked with intense agony up in adjusting doses of your making. It would be wise that we saved the occasion for a safer environment. Wait, don't you remember? We agreed to leave cooking to Mur or Odie if we are ever in a situation like this. Remember? Did we? See, I think it's become sort of an unspoken rule after everything that happened. Remember, back during last year's cooking contest at K-Cop, we were the only two people who managed to get remotely positive reviews. Oh. Does that mean we get to try Otis's cooking once again? Night. We still have plenty of high-calorie foods like cookies and jellies here. I find no reason to do something so inefficient. I'm glad to see that everyone's so energetic, given the circumstances. It can be easy to suddenly wake up in an unfamiliar environment. Well, we're all quite used to getting thrown into unfamiliar places. Speaking of which, did you manage to reach your colleagues, Amir? She shook her head, concerned. They might have lost their comms devices, or maybe they went into some other trouble. Could they be in danger? I don't know, but I'm sure they're okay. The doctor, Dr. Calcid, they're both more than capable enough to look after themselves. Long have this curiosity lingered within me. Does allow me to inquire. Provisions are, by the nature, organizations in pursuit of profit. Yet, the activities of your corporation resembles those of our charity organizations, supposed to a pharmaceutical company. Is there odd that might explicate this blurred distinction? I wanted to know too. How come a pharmaceutical company like Woods Islands helping people? Yeah, that is unrealistic. Looks at our pharmaceutical companies. As long as they're making more profit off the suffering of people. Let's fucking go. The horrible experience seen through the cascade of flowing tears in the face of suffering. Volume of greed left a terrible wound in Hongdu's fathoms. Pharmaceutical companies I see in my journey were corporations that, despite possessing capacity to heal, choose to obsess over the profit it can provide. There are many in Terra who are suffering from a disease. The disease crystallizes here. It spreads deeper and deeper into the infected's internal organs, eventually culminating in their death. It's called oropathy. Amir showed me the back of her right hand, dotted by what appear to be obsidian crystallizations. Its appearance reminded me of the burial tombs on the back streets, but there was something more to it. Something more restless, more sinister. It's a terrible, painful disease, but there haven't been any recorded cases of full recovery. But there's an even worse problem. Fatal! What could possibly be worse than an incurable, deadly disease? While it varies region by region, discrimination against infected is widespread across terror. Those who suffer from it must face unfair treatment. The song began with a dark expression. Some are quarantined in places of terrible, inhumane conditions. There have been massacres too. I don't mean to be callous, but is oropathy highly contagious? No. There have not been any recorded cases of infection by contact, as long as subjects are alive. But when the infected dies, the crystal cores on their body decay and turn to dust, scattering, which is what spreads the plague. I wonder how this actually started. I might get this lore on Arknights one day. Then, having environments like active battlefields where casualties are to be expected, staying from close proximity of the infected in daily life seems to pose hardly any risk. So what's the problem then? You're already past the point of caring about what the problem is. Once people start feeling iffy, all logic goes out the window. But it's on canvas again perfect there. There's no risk is still big. You should know that. I guess accidents and stuff like that can happen, yeah. I guess it really depends on some of the stuff, but yeah. I feel like segregation would always happen in a situation like that. That one line is one of the biggest issues. That is good to hear. But what Silence goal has to be. Yes, it's important to develop a cure for oropathy, but I think what really matters is that we change the circumstances for the better for the infected. It's not going to be an easy endeavor, though. That's what gives the effort more meaning. I hope you can achieve that goal, Amir. I really do. What proof? City, this world. We both live in worlds full of surprises, don't we? What kind of world did you come from? The city. What kind of place is this city anyway? The kind of place with too many pointless rules. The kind of place where the moment you think, isn't it too much, you see something even worse. No, my man. Try as I might, I couldn't think of a single positive thing about the city. There seemed to be an agreement, as most of what came after was quite scathing. The kind of place where good deeds rarely ever go unpunished. Where sympathy is a good attitude to have if you like getting stabbed in the back. Nothing good ever works out there. It's a shithole. It's an original place full of absurdities. Absurdity is an omnipresence. Therefore, it's not a subject by which one should be aggrieved. We can at least grouse about them though. I mean, it's the only thing we can do. Be more correct, experience more and acclimatize oneself to it instead of complaining. Yeah, just bad. You did say something like that last time. As the mood was starting to turn rather sour, Don Quixote's shout shattered to the awkwardness. Verily, never a day goeth by untarnished by Williams in the fell deeds. Yet worry thee not, for their evil vices to the fixers of justice too. Kyoto jumped from his seat and passionately shook her fist. It was followed by a heavy quack and the sound of small pebbles tumbling down. Don Quixote, watch out! Whoa! More elf girls, let's go. And from behind the wall, she accidentally poked down on the familiar visage of a villager and stared back at Don Quixote. He heard that she was eating something out of a can while reading a book. Stare. How fair is thou? Yes, I thought. You gotta apologize first. That seems a tad too hyper today. Apologies, for I hardly expected the ball to come with such ease. Are for unhurt? Any injuries? Peter, to what? Forget an apology? Doesn't know what happened next. The fixers of justice was up to what? Oh, ooh. Hast thou come to me to hear the tale of fixers? I don't know about coming to us, given how Mr. Quixote was trying to punch the ball down. Oh, is it too late now? I'm waiting till morning if you wanna sleep. Nay, not at all. This is quite early an hour for tales, in fact. Fifi, seat thyself here. You ungovernable fool. Man, what an insult. Calm down. Don't even know who she is. Here she's just a sailor girl. Yeah. Maybe a magical girl in disguise. And don't you forget to share those fixed tales over there in the corner to not disturb our sleep. Don't make us a request most untenable. These tales deserve to be announced to the world with great gusto from the center. Yeah, that's the best way to hear those kind of stories, but we should probably introduce ourselves to each other first. Name's Mears. How should I put this? Ah, did you meet the village chief earlier during the day? He's my Gramps. Oh, that nice guy? She had a granddaughter? She's actual, man. If only I played more actually Arknights. I don't think she was mentioned though. Yet I have not seen you once, Miss Mears, under the sun. Oh my, you're right. I thought the village was completely devoid of any young blood. What you said, while we didn't see Mears out there, there wasn't anyone else in the village we could comfortably call young. You're telling me Grandpa swearing over nothing and told me to stay put inside. Going on and on about the danger that the outsiders pose and everything. It seems that you do not give full faith to the saviors. The things they cannot share even with whom you trust with your life, though I would like to know why. I mean, honestly, it makes a lot of sense to just keep your kids protected. My, so there are a bunch of other kids who are stuck indoors in this village. No, doesn't anyone around my age in the village at all? If that's the case, I guess I can understand why he'd be overprotective. Anyway, it's our turn. We are... I'm good. You had enough to get an idea. You did? Huh. Wait, how didst thou hear us? Your listening device most secret up in our chamber? Yes, up the side of the wall. The part of it that was still standing anyway. Smiled ironically. That sound moving? I could hear pretty much everything. Don Quixote, right? I think Don Quixote practically sang during the day. Beverly, I see. I think you could redo some sense of embarrassment for once. Man, I mean, how bad could it really be? Well, I guess it's good enough for self-introductions, so... Had to regale me with the tale of fixers who bring justice to the evils of the city? Indubitably, this shall do. I shall regale thee with the tale in which the legendary fixer, the arch-magnificence herself, the wet mist have... Man, come on, I want to hear more about the wet mist. Suppose that killed any hope for a good night's sleep. Don't you usually pass out within a minute of your back hitting the hay no matter how noisy things are? What? Were you taken for some kind of hibernating bear or something? Look, even I have trouble sleeping when there's noise all over. Let's see. Bear in hibernation is a pretty apt descriptor. avoided grumbling and moaning. He dozed off before any of us did. Aside from Heathcliff, who began snoring the moment his head touched the ground, some others were fast asleep as well. So had ended sleeping as usual set for adherence to the routine. My first lead claimed one of the few available clothes seats as soon as the close of business for the day was confirmed. I guess they're still doing that here, huh? The citizens who had spent the entire last night searching for me in this unfamiliar land slowly began to fall asleep as well. Meanwhile, the fix of the Trial Association's first section. Though the night was no longer young, Don Quixote was still vigorously sharing the tales of adventures without even a single sign of fatigue. She is not determined to do this until sunrise, is she? Ooh, I guess it's okay, since Maya seems to be having fun. I continue to watch the pair with some mild concern. Amir, not able to sleep, approached me. This city Mr. Don Quixote speaks of seems to be a team of fixers of justice and exciting tales of adventures. Did you actually experience all of them yourselves? No, of course not. Don Quixote's stories are usually those of other famous people. But she's telling it with such vigor that it almost sounds like she was there herself. I guess, if you want to get into it, some of them might be retellings of Don Quixote's personal experiences. Ishmael replied uncertainly, thinking back to the place we were made to watch back in La Mancha land. I think all those stories, even though they are only partly true, just go to show what a ridiculous place it can be. We wouldn't need fixers of justice to begin with. We lived in a just world, right? Really good place to live would be quiet and peaceful without someone having to force it. That's true. I hope there'll come a day when Woods Island can be a normal pharmaceutical company in the future. Yeah, that's when they release Arknights Enfields instead. Something wrong? No. I thought Miss Mayers and I made eye contact. Did she overhear our conversation? I looked to her direction as well, but all I saw was Mayers exceedingly reacting to Don Quixote's tales. What happened then? Thus speak, Lady Otis, boldly before the soldiers who stood in our path. Thou presumest to stand in our path, servants of a master most unworthy? I, Otis, shall educate you on how manner maketh. So I'll be telling the stories of Limbus Company's adventures in Hongyang, and Otis could no longer stand Don Quixote's unintentional alterations of the story, jumped to her feet and shouted, "Damn it, what kind of nonsense are you feeding her? Never anything like that. Well, certain aspects of this retelling may have been exaggerated. Let's see some adventures for you. It's about to get a bit dry when the story is told too realistically, and as is, right? You know, nothing, not even anything resembling a proper record or a book remained once the profound silence stepped to this village. I've always had a craving for these kinds of stories. But Abir doesn't stop Iberians from emigrating country to the tight immigration control. Have you ever thought about leaving this place? It's still a challenge across the border, since you're going to have to pass through larger cities that are managed by the Inquisition. You don't seem particularly fond of this Inquisition. Why is that? It's because this village was formed by people who grew tired of living under the Inquisition's rule and fled. Sorry, but what kind of organization is this Inquisition? They asked, face turning cold up and hearing the word Inquisition. He just has made some nice life experiences. I don't see the problem here. The people fled from it. Yeah, the Nage and Tama we saw back at Calf. I've mentioned, let's go. It's actually close to where I live. I love my representation. And the kind of memories that are so easily forgotten. According to Dr. Calcite, the Inquisition is what filled the power vacuum once Abir fell into chaos. These Inquisitors are the rapier and lamp-wielding protectors of Abir cities from lawlessness. That alone kinda makes them sound like good people, though. Yeah, they are, but it's the Church of the Deep. Inquisition will go to whatever lengths to deal with incidents related to the Church that worship sea burns. To be fair, there's nothing good coming out of that. Wie? An organization that worships those monsters? Seems that cultist fanaticism is a plague wherever we go. Like people with all kinds of wrong faiths and beliefs are so common. See, the Seaborns are the ones that mess Iberia up. Following their logic, apparently it's okay for them to arrest anyone who seems even remotely connected to them. You're saying that Iberia is like this because of the Seaborns? Saying some earlier, I guess they were kind of troublesome to deal with, but they didn't seem that strong. Anyways, it's just what I hear from Grams, but this isn't executed many innocent people too in their crusade against the Church of the Deep. But those who claim to be on the side of justice, they seem quite fond of committing such villainy. Looks like a reasonable policy decision to me. Must pose a clear danger to the daily lives of civilians. Yeah, I heard. I was the only survivor when my family died. Rough, man. Must have endured such a long period of pain. When someone can speak from experience. Be able to see something like that with such composure. For Iberia, they are heroes who bring the land back to its glory days. To Cramps, they were just oppressors, making his life difficult. That's why we all come here, fleeing from the Inquisition's gaze. Yet, wherefore has thou decided to settle at a place that is so, run down? Indeed. Yeah, I know, but it's not so bad once you get used to it. Thus, we managed to find a new path thanks to you guys. New path? Well, it's getting late. Will you be repairing the ship tomorrow too? This really has no soundproofing at all, huh? Good talk, everyone. Hope we'll get another chance to do this tomorrow too. After seeing mirrors to our own room, those who were still up anyway, I laid ourselves on the hard stone floor with only a thin layer of cloth between it and our backs. Mysterious work that isn't neither the city nor the outskirts. It seemed that the lives its people led were just as difficult as they were anywhere else. Wrestle Masters. I think, do I still own Mangus push-ups? I lost track. I think I owe you push-ups. Let's do some push-ups. Down we go. 1, 2, 3. Ja. Moin. Wolf. It's that easy, baby. You owe me? Well, no, I don't. No, I don't. They are all complete. Let's fucking go. Up. 15 turns? Jesus Christ, it's gonna be a long fight. We have everyone. Yay! Well, it's still gonna be oops, all high shoes. I guess I don't really care about Maso at all for this. Okay, how? Oh no, we want her for her Bolos passive first. Afterwards, I don't care that much. Especially outside of Mirror Dungeon. We should think. I should just look for the bonus. Let's go. Bring Wrath if you ever want to activate the Quack, or should I guess? What do you need? And using Quacker could be neat. Who do we throw out of this? I mean, Quacker needs to be in the team. I think with high. I mean, I guess I want the Isang because I will run Ishmael anyways. I guess we have three of them, so that still hurts me. Maybe fuck the good thing, get this instead. Do something like this.
이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나 들고 가야 하냐?
뜀박질 시간.
For first aggression 2 1 second. Sinclair's not. Well, which madman would even want Sinclair in the starting lineup? Oh, fuck. It's so big. Amazing. I didn't know there were remaining vessels of this class in Iberia. Ah, I espy her name here. This is called by the name Rebellion de la Masas. Rebellion de la Masas. Revolt of the Masas, is it? Very much might and peculiarity. Who chimed in. He was rather fond of it, with its size being about the same as the boat from his home. Ishmael quickly jumped in to correct us that its size alone wasn't anything special at the Great Lake, but it was still pretty big compared to the Mephi or the Indigo Elder Skiff. Man, I love that it really starts referencing everything in this game and in this crossover, don't they? I thought it was going to be somewhere around Mephi's size at most. Are you sure you can get the ship fixed in a day or two? I really hope the spoilers they actually did put into the story are not real creatures, since, I mean, honestly, even if you can not fully catch up with the story, if you're playing Limbus, you probably should play through this before it gets deleted. So 50 yesterday, the great majority of the time-consuming repairs had already been completed by the villagers. The extent of our repair efforts only concerns a few components within the vessel that the villagers could not repair. It shouldn't take us much time. Unless parts that are unfamiliar to Faust are also malfunctioning, such as the core engine, remaining repairs should be sufficiently managed by Faust. Yeah, big spoiler, sort of. I mean, to be fair, Faust also already mentioned the Gesellschaft in the Warped Vein. Yeah, I would say that's wildly big. Despite all this confident declaration, could not help but feel oddly unsettled as he looked at the ship. I don't know why, but something tells me that we don't want to linger here for too long. Still, please be thorough about it, just in case. I'd rather not sit on a sinking ship again. The experience at the Great Lake was enough. Don't worry, Dante. Like Mephistopheles, most function of this vessel, buoyancy gear, propellers, steering gear, are all operational capacity. This repair should be much easier than the case of Mephistopheles. You seem confident enough. Should be safe this time around, right? Are we taking that rope to climb up to the ship? No, there's a lift-like apparatus down there to take us up to the ship. Its ability was verified yesterday. Let us board the lift. You're 100% certain, right? The boat is afloat right now, Dante. I don't think you'll be sinking anytime soon. Wouldn't that be nice? Oi, are you two just going to faff about down here? We're heading up now. No, we're going with you. I made my way into the vessel's bridge. I was greeted by the extravagant interior. It was as gaudy as its exterior. This isn't real gold, is it? It was shiny a second there. Got butterflies in my stomach. Oh, appreciate me. Yes. Aesthetically satisfying, she says. But too ostentatious. Not quite my style. Our young Mephi is also quite an excellent vessel. Yet imagine the adventures we could embark on aboard this vessel, most lavishly decorated. Ours and Otis were working on one of the control panels. Israel walked up to another and interfaced with it before giving a knowing nod. This must have been investigative or research vessel of sorts. Let's leave a bit extravagant for one of those, though. Look, coordinates. Updating in real time, it seems. Coordinates seem to have been set to somewhere out in the middle of the ocean. Real points to a small islet? Nope, no islet there. Blimey, lass. You sure know how to sneak up on people. Yes? But did I actually surprise you? She is actually the sailor, isn't she? I did ask if you guys are gonna come fix the boat today. Still, I didn't know you'd be here. Where are the coordinates set to this location? There are several undersea cities beneath those coordinates, collectively known as Aegir. I'm Sohm. See. Understood. Well, that's understood if I may ask. It's now understood why the promise to repair the ship was sufficient to earn the trust and the title of Saviors. And what she's on about, someone get translating. Consultating and cross-referencing the observed particular circumstances of the village and the statement from the village chief, alongside information gathered from the exchange of mayors, it's possible to gauge the significance the ship's repairs to the local populace. Of course, while this may constitute a sequence of logical connections that poses a certain challenge for Heathcliff to comprehend, you do keep yapping, Faust. You do keep yapping without saying anything. Employ any degree of effort to attempt to explain it in more digestible language should constitute a pursuit of inefficiency. Oh, that... the pattern, I implore you. I shall explain it in full. I was wondering when a smartass would start clapping like that again. So, what's he on about? Heathcliff's shoulders were relaxed. It didn't seem like he was actually going to swing the bat. He slid lightly over his shoulder with a sigh. Brief observation of the village seemed to suggest that the subsistence situation was quite dire. Much of the daily sustenance consisted of dried food, most of them made for long-term storage purposes. Considering what Scotty said about how the coastal areas are full of danger, no side seafood aren't from around here either. Maybe it's food they packed when they first came to Faro Murder? Some mills were armed, yeah. And those sea towers weren't exactly that formidable, but... given the state the villagers are in, I doubt they have an easy time repelling those monsters. Indeed, and that brings us to the question of sustenance. Right, I get what's going on here. The last thing I currently they're about to visit the hometown, and they're trying to get some food supplies from there to feed the villagers, and to convince them they're planning to use the fact they're from the same neck of the woods or sea, I guess. Oh, so you're not just repairing the ship, you're repairing their food supply too. What's wrong? It's, While the expressions were rather crude, Heathcliff's summary of the situation was clear, to the point, and easily understood. The sinners stared at him with mild surprise. He does have the street smarts. The sinners do not need to bully him for being stupid. But I did too. What's with them annoying looks? Wait, are your thoughts? You don't think I'm that dim-witted, do you? Top-notch intuition. It's just that it's been a while since you've shown this side of yourself. Man, that's like peak saying, man, it has been a month since the last time you said this smart sentence. Thinking back, Heathcliff's intuition always been excellent, and he'd often put together surprisingly accurate conclusions with impressive speed. Yeah, I don't know why we are that surprised, to be honest. You know, when you really think about it, it's kind of your fault for bit too soft on you lately, haven't I? Oi, get back here. Now, with those rules out of the conversation, was he correct? Otis looks away from the usual chaos and asks Mayors. Honestly, I'm surprised. He was on point. Yeah, food's been running low in the village. At this rate, he won't last another year. But the Aegir, well, I'm sure they will come us with open arms. Don't want to come off like I'm already worried, but do you think they will come the others too? Like me as a chief, but Aegir. I believe they will. Iberia's Facts and hates the Aegir for no other reason than that we're from the sea, but our home cannot have fallen so low as to abandon a group of starving land dwellers. Might you explain to us who the Aegir are? I had initially thought it would be reference to region. It all seems to refer to an affiliation of sorts. Looks at elf ears. Maybe there's something like nest dwellers? Well, I don't think I've heard of a nest that accepts Blackstreet's people with open arms. Or maybe they used to be some rich folk. If they call Nestos Aegir here, then doesn't that mean the rabbit-eared less Aegir too? Wait, in the world you came from, do they not distinguish between races? I guess, in a sense, that there's surprisingly no racism in the city, is there? Alright, that is not entirely true. Delineation between races is a concept that does exist. I only saw them in the Phantoms. There were those terrifying things called the cuckoo spawns. Yeah, I know I wouldn't really call that racism, but yeah, however, as a general rule, it can be said that humans are... Excuse me, humans should be the only intelligent life forms in the city. The people of Terror have slightly varying appearances depending on their race, like my tortoise ears. And I've got pointed ears because I'm an Aegir, though it's not a characteristic every Aegir shares. The closest idea to what they are discussing appear to be, though they seem to be struggling to finish a sentence. Stroll stepped in to continue. The context clues in the manner of word usage, including the means of classification. The closest example in our world would be blood fiends. Similar external appearances to humans, different natures as comparable sapiens. This is of my belief that blood fiends are ostracized due to a nature that maketh coexistence with humans difficult. Maybe that the Aegir are also... Sure, some of them do possess qualities that make coexistence with others difficult. They're probably rare. Then, wherefore are they made subjects of suspicion and hatred? That's... Well, the language is new, but the idea itself is pretty familiar to the city folks, I guess. Think of feathers or fallen wings. Kids born on the back streets. People who replace their body parts with prosthetics. The form differs, yet in its essence we find the thread. Something about how we keep finding these similarities in the ways of our lives, despite finding ourselves in a distant world with different rules, races and humans. Man, sounds like some concepts are just universal with humans around. But oddly discomforting. Yeah, humans are actually maybe not the best all the time. The point is, you guys are doing us a real solid by fixing up the ship. Let's move on from these gloomy conversations, okay? I want to show you the cooler parts of the ship. This way. Ship tour may have to wait. Repairs are almost completed. But she has to listen. Issue? Oh, that's not reassuring at all. This is a seaborn. Multiple life forms identified ahead. Assumed to be a sea terror horde. The ship's radar system seems to assess that the vessel is surrounded. They're the same monsters from yesterday. Executive measure. Please order us to prepare for battle. Damn it. Are the sea terrors you encountered? Look a bit different, but yeah, probably. There's a lot of them, but in our last experience, tell us anything we should be able to handle this. Yeah, please support us in battle like you did yesterday. Can't stop fight, young mares. I feel like I'm just gonna get in your way. And guys, find a place to keep me as far as possible from the battle. Let's hurry down there. We don't want them damaging the ship any further. Time to eat the fish.
여러분들 기분이 좋아 보이시네요.
Starter, it's the runners. I totally remember the name. Pick one more sinking and hit against targets without sinking. It's not that bad. Right, we do win weight. And having magical girl dotted in the high party is actually kind of cursed. I really normally would not ban her in that.
덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요.
시간 끌 것 없이
좋네요.
It's a very cursed forward, but
칼날이
yeah, I guess Heathcliff would really need a Heisha idea. Dawn needs one.
방법이었어요.
And then we are kinda fine, but I don't want more high shoes. Not now. And if yes, give me bulls. I want to see dogs.
이제 깨우치시길.
You can say that those are just normal unfocused encounters.
한결 수월해진 것 같아요.
I guess it is what it is.
깨우치시길.
아까 했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월.
Because this is gameplay for sure. Maybe I can actually press one of the new egos soon. I guess ramping up with the Khalid ego could be somewhat useful. It's lesser speed than Fluid Sack, but something earlier speed do be good. But I guess we also are maxed after this turn, probably. Get beaten.
악은 이렇게 정화되었네.
Oh, it's just over. I should try. Wait, I just use more egos. It's Edge.
또한 줄
And did you guys know that Hongdu pretty good?
핏물진 길을
Maybe I hate that. The only thing that's kinda came into my head would be running a sinking team. I think sinking against sinking seems very cursed. But hey, I guess it would be weak against Gloom at least. How many? How expensive is actually getting 1,000? Okay, just double checking. I hate this menu. I mean, at least thank you for all the people that actually already got the ego. I love mooching off people. Now, give me the good one. On one hand, I should be happy that not everyone is literally just sharing. It's not the right one, but I cannot be bothered.
총은
It's fine. We will be fine.
한 발에 한 놈씩.
Fine.
여러분들 기분이 좋아 보이시네요.
시간 끌 것 없이
Having it only at uptime 1 still just screams super new player though, doesn't it? Feels bad to be them. Okay, maybe we can use Faust one. I should also relook at the costs. I did not look at the costs of the egos at all for the
보상하는 모습
string affinities.
불끈 지원해
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점일 것
깔끔하게 몰았군.
That's slowly getting stunned.
공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요. 좋네요.
What do we need for a cat girl? Some sloth, a lot of... I mean, a lot of bloody is very nice for the Heisha team. Yeah, Heisha should be able to fuel this a lot better than Luitzek. I would burn... Don't think burn has a lot of gluttony. Don't think it's that great in the current burn team. But I also might be talking out of my ass here. It has been a hot minute that I actually cared about the set affinities in the Burn team. Has gluttony in it.
아까 했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요. 좋네요. 적합한 관리법.
Olympus extra attacks are surely no power creep that Kim will regret one day. Not at all. Whip doggy. In a sense, I'm not sure if it's actually worth it to bring Yisang in the starting lineup for this. Getting more death vibe could be good. Especially since I don't think I really will trigger his follow-up attack that often.
수월해진 것 같아요. 좋네요.
Okay. All the egos. Yeah, that was right ego, right? I just... I also do dismants. This seems super wasteful and super cheap. That is so nice. Let's see if we can actually activate it, but I doubt it.
모조리 지워버리죠. 아득한 야정,
Let's go! This is my cat girl!
희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Beautiful. I love my Mantis over farming now. Like, it is pretty. I wonder why he has basically Clash of 10 on this. I mean, I get that with the spaghetti code, skills having like clash value and coin value is hard coded and probably not worth it to change it. I'm still curious why they chose like those numbers then.
아까 했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요. 좋네요.
불가 위협 막아내지 못하리. 불쌍하게 울부짖.
Beaten. I love my red coins. They do kinda still like to put the most annoying things on red coins, don't they? Like, having slow stagger build up on red coins seems still evil. Not that it matters, but it has potential to be evil. Oh, even cool shell. I mean, I love to see all the references I actually get from Arknights. Remaining entities have all returned to sea. Is everyone okay? Just like our last skirmish. Sea terrorists had surrounded the ship returned to the sea even before the battle came to an end. And the retreat felt too orderly and deliberate to be just running away. Almost like they're making a tactical retreat. We're doing peachy, but what about the ship? Wow, is the ship okay? Minor damages to the hull, but nothing that will impede the ship's operation capabilities. So, I noticed during the battle, I might be wrong of course, but I think I noticed how around the end of battle, those monsters were starting to go after the manager? Probably right, actually. Noticed too, at some point during our battle, those monsters realized that it's the manager who's commanding the rest of us. Since the very same. Movements are fluid and adaptive. So they were learning our behavior. Why does the Church of the Deep worship monsters like them? Ain't much of a question, ain't it? That's for a mental. Sure, they have many reasons, but seaborns are beings of infinite potential, so much so that there's no superlative big enough to properly convey the scale. As organisms, they can endlessly evolve and adapt. Every time they encounter a new environment or a new element, they transform themselves and other seaborns. Maybe that's the draw. Fascination may be an attitude most befitting researcher. Yet, transformation of fascination into idolatry. They may be frank, not entirely positive. I find them pretty uncomfortable. It does remind me of whales. Then can they adapt to learn the language to communicate with us? Or what? Going by everything we heard, I think they sound really smart. His eyes went round at Honglu's suggestion. She brought her hands to her mouth. Surprised. Sure, something. I hear that there was a seaborn who could talk. Non-humans speak the language of humans, regardless of its testament to their intelligence. I can only think of two possibilities as to why they would. One, to communicate with humans. The other, to deceive humans. Man, she's free-pilled, huh? More often than not, it's the latter. We uncoded, exactly. What about distortions? Some of them already know how to speak. Distortions are phenomena in which humans transform into monsters forms. First observed after the Arknights and Dark Days incident. Let's go. I love my lobotomy corp spoil. Therefore, the examples are relevant to Otis' supposition. Arknights and Dark Days? Here's her quietly. As we were standing rather close to her, we all caught on the hint of joy in her voice. Of light in the city, did it really? Have you come across this knowledge, Miss Meyers? Oh, that's... Ain't it obvious? We've got a culprit right here, the storyteller, who's been gabbing on with no end. Yeah, she's been talking non-stop all morning about all kinds of stories, hasn't she? Huh? Did I have not gotten that far? Ah, wait. Again? You didn't get so lost in your own stories that you babbled all about our company secrets, have you? Nay, I would simply not. They were subject to yet another round of scolding. Amir stared out to the sea, worried that the sea terrors might start crawling to the surface once again before turning toward us. Wonder which of the two seaborns are. Sense of self is really faint, so I don't think they'd be in either category. It's possible. They learned human language out of instinct that the power of speech might help them survive. Here's the two. Miss Meyers are quite the expert on the subject of seaborns. Knowledge of them goes beyond what fear for one's survival may yield, thereby suggesting a different means of acquisition. Do you, by chance, worship the seaborns? I don't worship seaborns. Seaborns don't have any hopes or wishes, just desire for survival. That's really very much also sound like how the people live in the village. Miss Meyers, does this mean the seaborns were somehow able to hope? Maybe so. Is that so? Repairs are complete. As we were conversing, Frost descended from the ship with a neatly organized set of tools brought to the village repairs completed. I'm guessing repairs are done? Yes, the ship is ready to set sail. Did you have a departure time and date in mind? I would prefer if we could depart as soon as possible. Don't have a set time or anything. I think we should be able to set sail this late afternoon at the earliest. That soon? As you've seen, we don't have a lot to bring with us. By the way, how far out at the sea do you guys need to go? We need to find this dimensional door of sorts. Let's see the dimensional doors light on the beach at night. It was faint, but given how the light's strong enough to break through the sea fog, we should be able to determine its location somewhere around the coastal waters. So we can go back tonight? There's a lot of business to relay this news to the villagers. Yeah, back to the village for now. Let's go, it's that easy. Soon we are free. Totally.
부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠다.
The Inquisitor. Well, that's a good sign. There's something going on in the village. Yeah, I hear it too. Hearing people shouting and hollering. Returned to the village. Ship repairs completed. We are welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. A quick count told me there were approximately 20 people assembled at the village square. Considering its population, that was pretty much the whole village. Who is that over there? Inquisitor. I think we've been found. Inquisitor, dressed in a well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Don Quixote. The sword and the lamp hanging from her waist sits in slight contrast with the more run-down Ramshack village. I honestly, I really love the design. She almost looked like the fixer from the city. So, the Inquisition has discovered our village. You really think that you could forever stay out of the Inquisition's gaze, citizen? That's a naive theme. Fabius disappeared from the Inquisition mid-interrogation and charged of suspicion of membership with the Church of the Deep. Where's our Inquisitor ego? Well, sorry, there is no Inquisitor. Is there an Inquisitor operator? I mean, okay, see, this is important things I need to look up on the internet right now. I mean, she's not a real important character. Inquisition. Oh, this man is from the Inquisition? Man, I should be finished at one side story. I see. Man, okay, now I'm sad because, man, he probably would have fit with someone. I mean, I wouldn't really call it an Inquisitor, but man, getting a Lumen ego would also have been gone so hard. I might be biased because it's like one of the only operators I own. Last known location, Salt Flat. Data Inquisitors have informed me that you have been identified next to pirates and its finches. From a criminal to an outlaw, what a dramatic evolution of your career. But it ends here, now. Every citizen here, including you, will be accompanying me to the Inquisition. I've never broken a single law, nor are they outlaws of any kind. They are not like me. If this is regarded the Inquisition's authority, evaded the gaze of Iberia, found the southern coasts to lurk in. Tell me, I'm not supposed to find it suspicious. What are you talking about? You can't just start arresting people left and right with a genuine suspicion like that. You shouldn't. You only wish to live a quiet life, ma'am. Is that so? Find yourself returning to this village one day, as long as you're telling the truth. This is not an option for you, Fabius. Yes, was Chief really a pirate? Well, yeah, but as far as I know, he's been out of the game for a while. And even when he ran with the pirates, all he ever did was share thin beast jerky to villagers, or carry agreements between them. Even if you're telling the truth, Mayors, I doubt the Inquisition will be lenient. Well, what now? I've got one question to ask. That Inquisitor, is she following the proper legal procedures? We don't know much about the laws of Iberia, but Dr. Katsi told us that the murder Inquisitors were pretty much the law here. It's likely that she is following the proper legal procedures. The procedures are precisely what the villagers have fled from, after all. And it's decided. That's very quick decision making. I'll just quietly track me to the side and Mr. outside Mayor's earshot. Sinners who were right next to me seem to have picked it up, though. Chief Mancher, we best immediately return to the ship, take command of it, sail out on our own. It's advisable for ourselves in this conflict. What? Are you serious? Just let him arrest the villagers? You hear what the Inquisitor said? Seems quite cut and dry to me. This is just standard procedure if no local laws broken. We're no place to involve ourselves. But I have a feeling we will get involved either way. I mean, we cannot really identify ourselves. The best we can say we are from a different world, you probably would sound like crazy people, right? Best hope is to take the ship before they impound that too. You can do that, even with a standard procedure. Even if they're working within the law, it's not you. You stayed up to hear me story too, didn't you? You know, the Encop Inquisitors were working within the law too. And they came for the village. That was standard procedure too. Anyone had stepped in then. I know what you meant to. Still rather not take a risk in an unfamiliar environment like this. I'll try my best to figure out how to save that ship. If I cannot, then I have faith in Ishmael to quickly learn its controls. I can't say you're wrong, but I don't know. Neither you nor I know anything about the ocean currents here with this. We can get a ship going, but I can't guarantee that we will reach the dimensional door without any trouble. Do you know anything about the sea currents in this region? Not much, but I know the coastal sea somewhat. And you can fight the Inquisitors directly here in Iberia. Fleeing with the ship might be the better option. What should we do, Dante? Guess it's kinda awkward for us to just take the ship and go, huh? How about we try to talk to the Inquisitor? Yep. Diplomacy? We should at least try to hear them out first. By being the Inquisitor and the Chief both. If the discussion goes well, we might even be able to get the Inquisitor's support. Like Mr. Lu said, we should hear them out first, then try to convince them. I agree with them both. First, let's at least see what the Inquisitor has to say. I mean, it's not a combat note. A bit wide, she says. Yes, sir, and the translation is accurate, Sinclair. Right? There's no reason would choose anything other than violence, right? Tsk. Idiots, it's because the other options are pointless. They've seen us. We're already under suspicion. She will doubtless try to stop us if we flee now. So talk first, lower her guard, then attack. And sure, that's not what Amir meant. Well, if she's already onto us, then we shouldn't give her any excuses to attack us by running away. I mean, it would be very apparent that she would be hostile to us when we do, yeah? I was wondering what you were doing there, lurking in the background. Block-shaped hat? You from the Columbian Union? They're wearing a cloak for a hat due to reasons, but they have nothing to do with the Columbian Union. It's a Columbian Union? I have no idea, my man. Talk? What? Which language are they speaking? Regardless of whether you're from Columbia or not, you're clearly not from Iberia, let alone this village. You're not wrong, but I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm certain you don't know enough about it. These villagers to stand between them and an Inquisitor. How long have you been staying here? 2 days? Buddy, don't just tell her that. 2 days? Alright, enough of this chicanery. Get out of my way, outsider. Attempt appears to have been made on quite a unstable ground. Listen to your ear for a minute, Inquisitor? I'm Amir, leader of Woods Island. Yes, I'm aware of Iberia's close border situation. With hopes swelling within me as Amir began with confidence. Unlike Sinclair, alas, it was short-lived. Thanks to the Inquisitor's quick retort, couldn't help but place my palm against my forehead at the exchange that followed. Oh, so not only are you dealing with outsiders of dubious origin, you have illegal entry as well? We had to, because the issue demands urgency and I've been briefed. Recently crossed the border, didn't you? Didn't know how urgent an issue could be, but I doubt it's anything more significant than the situation at hand for Iberia and its Inquisition. The Inquisitor is handling the Woods Island issue. Stay put and await the consequences while he and that shady mad doctor of yours talk it out. Do know that your treatment may depend on her negotiation skills. As for the village chief, I understand that you have the right to arrest him. As he is a fugitive who has fled in the middle of an interrogation, that's been sailing with the pirates. However, it's an inhumane treatment to arrest the rest of the villagers as well. Inhumane? This decision is well within the rights bestowed upon the Inquisition. He lived for years right next to that highly suspicious Aegir. The citizen must investigate the rest of them as well to verify whether they have committed any acts of treason against our laws. Isn't going anywhere, is it? Listen, we've been surviving for years after years by the course without the protection of the Inquisition. And you simply cannot make sense. Oi, I think I've heard enough from you. Isn't it funny how you're blaming them for what is essentially a failure of your responsibilities? Yeah, but, you know, the easiest way to get rid of your failures is to get rid of your failures. And now you're up in here and only go, they shouldn't be alive. I'm arresting them all? What are you saying? These people should all be dead or something? There's no other way to cut it. People simply shouldn't be able to survive in a play like this. Not for this long. The supply only seemed to find Heathcliff's wife as he lifted his bat and began striding forward. That's it. Lass, if you ever so much as touch as the tip of a single villager's hair. Please calm yourself, Heathcliff. Lou stepped in between them. Get your bloody hands off me. I've had enough of it. Continuing to fatten will cause something irrecoverable bad to happen. I believe you know that yourself, Heathcliff. What did you suggest then? Really not making any progress by trying to talk this out. Excuse me, Miss Inquisitor. What do you mean that people shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this? The Seaborn? I mean it literally. Even by some miracle that they actually do survive, they will at least be suffering from endless hunger, struggling to their wits' end at the inevitability of calamity. They look too healthy. The heck? Shouldn't you be applauding them for managing to survive through so much hardship? I'm an Inquisitor. I'm not some crazy person on a power high who goes around costing and arresting civilians of Iberia State to the gallows, okay? I have more than enough probable cause to take them in for interrogation, so that I don't have the time or the energy to explain every single one of them to you outsiders. Or I must have a fair judgment, whichever way that may be, after a proper investigation. Stop it with this obstruction of justice. Mr. vanished to appear faintly, her voice shaking with frustration. Dante, if I wanted a full picture of the circumstances, I was advised against further antagonization of local political authority. It's always a good idea to make enemies. I agree with Faust. Inquisitor best character, man. I get a feeling that she isn't the kind of heartless Inquisitor that goes around indiscriminately executing innocents like Miss Maria's told us about earlier. Sounds like you should start playing another gacha, Monkus. I mean, you probably have enough time for like... Which gacha would it even be for you? Would it be 4th gacha? Are you still playing Power and Dust? I get a feeling that she... I don't think she's anything like the Inquisitors of N-Corp. You saw back at Calf. You're right, we didn't have the full picture of the circumstances. Getting in the way of an Inquisitor who was clearly a rather significant political entity in the area was most likely a bad idea. Well, because I didn't have time for powders. Very fair, very fair. It isn't the Inquisitor's job to answer your questions. Continue to obstruct me then. Mr. Standoff was showing no signs of ending. Miss Mias, I can answer your questions. So, for now, let's do as the Inquisitor says. Yes, who had been hiding behind us ever since we returned to the village suddenly stepped forward. Yet, what of thy grandfather and thy villagers? It's alright, I'm sure this is happening only because the Inquisitor doesn't know. What do you mean you'll answer the questions? About the profound silence. I think the profound silence is actually something important. Yes, once always was about the single concept. Didn't quite grasp its significance, but it seemed to surprise the Inquisitor. Again, that's what they call the calamity that destroyed Iberia. I remember some terms in my lore, exactly. I also love free lunacy. Time for another round of my favorite gacha. Actually, yep. Let's go.
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
Soonish, I should have the currency right. You. Decades ago, a great wave ravaged through Iberia. It wasn't long before the seaborns carried by the waves diminished Iberia's brilliant civilization to this. Waves. The profound silence there must have reduced the village to its current state as well. Is there any reason it's called a profound silence? Doesn't seem to be the most appropriate moniker for a calamity like that. It's because the sea went that silent before the waves came. Silence. Came ships out of the sea, then the cities of Iberia. The Iberians. One could say a word in face of the ineffable calamity. But just what are you? She is a seaborn. Maybe? Maybe she's an Aegir? She would be an Aegir. There's something up with her. No average Iberian citizen could be privy to any of the information you're sharing. The Church of the Deep is really capitalizing on that pandemonium that followed the profound silence. Tend to be Aegir from the sea, loot the citizenry of Iberia, thus sowing chaos in her lands. So that's why they're arresting the Aegir left and right. I can't see the thought process, but this is understandable why the Inquisitor would want to arrest us. Dante. This isn't good. That seems to have been some kind of taboo-like thing for the Inquisition. Inquisitor wordlessly stared at me as eyes are filled with faces of anger and confusion, but she's afraid. There's fear in the face of threat. Not the fear of the terrified, no, it's the fear of someone who's suddenly confronted with something they must destroy. This once told me that should I come across an Aegir who knows too much, sliver of a chance that they may be of assistance to Iberia. Hey, cease! Forward to fighting the innocent with thy brandishing of the firearm. Most are seduced by the lure of the sea. Thus, they are, with little doubt, our foes. What a bad feeling about this. Get out of my way, outsider. Final warning. Run. Quick on the uptake as always, Warrior slung Meas over her shoulder and went past the villagers. While the sinners scattered in all directions to distract the Inquisitor. So it was a firearm. And in the midst of all that action, Don Quixote rushed toward the Inquisitor without a moment's hesitation. So he became the hero of justice. Let's go. Don Quixote? How shall it go no further? I, a fixer of justice, shall abide by as though persecute them. Forsooth, this is a battle delayed, not avoided. This clash is inevitable. In that moment of crisis, seconds before this could irrecoverably make us a new enemy. Calcid, let's go, monster. A large obsidian crystallization in the shape of a monster burst forth between the two of them. What is it this time? That's enough for meaningless bickering. Dr. Calcid! You know her? You could say that. Yes, she's Dr. Calcid. What's medical departments? Dr. Calcid, behind you! It's pronounced one Vita? No, it's not. Shoot first, talk later, is it? Negotiations are over. From this moment onward, its island is now operating within legal capacity on Iberian territory under the Inquisition's authorization. The Inquisitor fired a blast of that firearm-looking weapon, but the monster summoned by Calcid managed to deflect it. And the cannonball thrown from the weapon punched clean through the wall of the building we stayed the night in, punching through several other buildings behind it. Can't wait till in like 5 years that I actually might be able to own Calcid. Just enough to instantly face the sinners and the villagers on the spot. That penetrated the building. Though the walls may be weaker than the head standard for what counts as the building's exterior wall. Punch with so many as... What a precise point it makes. Now's not the time to stand around and fast. It's a violation of a taboo to have that much penetrative power in a firearm. You're not in the city. Don't lose your heads over this. Taboos don't apply here. My head knows it to be true, yet my heart finds it difficult to be still. It's enough of that discussion for now. It's advisable that we carefully observe and grasp the situation at hand instead of deliberating a taboo the jurisdiction of which does not reach this far. Yeah, so the situation got slightly better, right? She's Amiya's friend, she's our ally. Besides, she's got some super powerful looking prosthetic gear looking thing too? Is that what you think? I apologize for the disappointment. Not on anyone's side. In other words, particular denomination ally. Be entirely correct. However, if I must define my allegiance, let me inform you that the closest label would be that I'm an Inquisitor Irene's ally. Look, can see it. Amiya, outsiders. Not as you would like to deny it. Inquisitor suspicions are true. It can be said that the process by which she reached the conclusion was unfair. The conclusion in itself is, without a doubt, correct. So they're actually connected to the Church of the Deep? That's one way to put it. More precise. Aren't connected to the Church of the Deep. They are the Church of the Deep. Perhaps the village itself is a dilapidated church of the congregation. Our village, a church? Just look at our buildings. The buildings that we even congregate. Your thoughts first. Not many resources by which we may analyze the decision. Besides of Besker earning her the spots in Besker. I mean, I give you the Calcia is great. I can agree on that. The fact that Amir's colleagues has made the same argument as the Inquisitor brings accused defense into question. Yet I can hardly believe that young Mears is lying to us. Hold on, you've been chatting plenty with the Inquisition or whatever. How do we know you weren't aligned with them the whole time? Let's see. You really are all really in the dark. Expected outcome. Given that all of you may be from a place far beyond the dimensional door. As fortune should have it. There's no need for you to know it anyway. Truth is truth, unchanging. Without acceptance from an errant group of outsiders. I guess you don't change the facts, but you know, you could entertain us. Besides soon. Sorry, it seems that we've mired you in this trouble. Hey, say no such thing. You should abide as one such injustice as perpetrated before our eyes. Which has already been identified by the Inquisition. The Inquisition has even brought an ally. It's quite unlikely that the words shall resolve this conflict. We promised you, we'll take responsibility for what is done. You've benefited far too much from your warmth and kindness not to do so. Little Chief, with a benevolent look, pulls a dagger from his cloth. I immediately knew what Khalid was about to say. Take responsibility? You don't have to go to... Blimey. We are now departing for the sea. Yet, as we cannot bring ourselves to leave you here, I must ask you to join us for this journey. Come, our bloodkin. What are you doing? Stop! This incapacitated, or perhaps I was in denial of this rising threat. Ambush did not end there. Damn it. The Inquisitor was right? The villagers suddenly began shanking the sailors with weapons. They had concealed in their clothes. It seemed that they were coming for me as well. I'm here, on your left! Me materialized a black weapon like apparition, parrying away the dagger flying in my direction. Another villager rushed in, taking advantage of the opening. Charging villagers back made a receivable crunchy noise. Someone flung them away. That made him be this late? Scotty, let me catch you up to speed. No station. This fishy sign was what I went to investigate earlier. But what about the sinners? Like Amiya and I, who managed to survive the initial ambush, the sinners weren't doing so well. At least we had a silver lining that the Inquisitor can see quick understanding of the situation and the subsequent retaliation led the villagers away from the sinners. How? We didn't notice any hostility or aggression. But nothing to say. Why would we hold any animosity against you? Why would we intend to kill you? We're not trying to hurt you. Simply trying to give you a form better suited for the sea. Until we were obstructed. I apologize for our unfamiliarity has caused you trouble, Inquisitor. Won't make a big thing about what happened. What's really unforgivable is that the heretics try to take advantage of the ignorance of outsiders to fleet Inquisition. And even if you are outsiders, any lives lost on Iberian soil are my responsibility. It's my fault. So it came to this. Wait, lives lost? He's still alive, you know. You can shake off a stab wound like... It's most unfortunate outsider. Eh? What? My friends are either going to die or turn into sea bones. The dagger that stabbed them were laced with the flesh of sea terrors. Once that happens, most die. The survivors come overridden by the cells, becoming nothing more than another sea monster. But what? That's... well, we can rewind this. Not a very big deal. Everyone was acting like this was it for the sinners, but... well, they don't know your powers. Hey, I should be able to deal with this by turning the clock. Not that bad. My only concern was that I didn't know what would happen if I tried to bring them back after they're fully transformed into seaborns. The golden bow helped deal with the wave's solidification effects, but I had no idea how it would interact with the seaborn transformations. I should just kill them before they turn. I know this must be very hard for you, but for... what? Sorry to bother you with this, but can you kill my friends? And preferably in the least painful way, you know? Oh, sorry. Was the last part kinda too much to ask? Wait. If I'm already, bring them back towards Island. We should be able to... something to help them. How should I explain this? Guys, can you... I know what you mean, but I just can't right now. My strength has probably deteriorated since the ambush. It's kind of tingly too, so maybe they use some kind of paralytic cocktail? Just me, this one time. I can assure you that I'm not just giving up on them. But... oh yeah, can you just under outsider speech? Yes, it's just that they're making a bit difficult request. They want me to kill all of their friends before they transform into seaborns. Let's go, Skadi. Okay. And before we even knew it, Skadi had already decapitated sinners, none of whom resisted. Amir seemed to have been taken aback by how fast Skadi jumped into action. What are you doing? Skadi! Will I just spook you? This is just how we roll. The clock turns. Decapitated heads creep towards the headless torsos, connecting with the threads of blood. Sensations that of reversal. It feels as though the sinners and I are severed from the rest of the world, binding in isolation. I feel like, I guess it is still Ozymandias an introduction to the world, but man, they are really going back to the basics and describing stuff players would be very familiar with. Is this reminding us going back in time, or we define the concept itself? It's fine, we will know in like 12 cantos. This pain is multifold worse than the sensation of straightforward decapitation. Pain is in the heart. The current of death reverses, I sense. A deep, crushing isolation. Your wounds are disappearing. Resurrection. Metempsychosis or time reversal? Hustling. I have no knowledge of which to interpret this technology. Cost seems to be that the pain is transferred to one who rewinds. That seems too small a price for such great power. So, discussion of whether this can be categorized as power should be explored later. Couldn't stop shaking. All of my limbs were trembling from the icy solitude. I took a moment to collect myself and order the sinners. I don't know just what they were thinking, but you should be able to find out once you take them down. But why is Don just so happy? You dare to deceive the executive manager and try to take the life? Prepare thyself for sorrow, now pay for the price for making a mockery of justice. Yeah, we can just let it slide, you know? How unfortunate. I had high hopes that all of you would become fine bloodkins. Man, I will miss. Even the cheese will be gone.
여러분들 기분이 좋아 보이시네요.
시간
Actually, I should probably read up on occultists. They are actually new enemies. And humans.
칼날이 잘 드네요.
I'm probably dead in a second.
점이었겠죠?
묘야.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠?
I wonder how hard this really is. To be fair, behind the awkward sword, I think the heishes are so power crept, but you can not like design your game content actually about a team of heishes, can you? It's a gacha team, gacha game after all. I cannot speak today. That's fine. Actually, they're different cultists, aren't they? Well, I guess. Oh, you have paralyze? That's awful. Yeah, indeed. Why is Don the cutest?
아까 했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요.
Okay, let's look at them. You come with hints? This is an actual boss fight? You have normal sanity. Heal VSP for every surviving ally. Okay, does not have unopposed attacks because I hated nervous impairment. Unit did not take damage this turn, gain 2 haste extra. Stars an attack, deal for extra damage. And you have more bind and paralyze. Big gloom damage equal to nervous impairment. Man, you get to have fun stuff like this. I guess I did not see your spooky skill yet. That's good for me, I guess. I've always does the same. Man, I guess I really would want to read the logs before this is gone though. In Sea Terror Assimilation, instead of offense level down, defense level down, effects of Sea Terror get offense level up. See. Alison has 5 stacks of this effect. It escapes battlefield. Oh man. Alison has a defense skill equipped. While it has the effect, they escape battlefield at combat start. Unit has remaining shield. After getting hit, it inflicts sinking. It's not change. What with an unopposed attack? Okay, we want to put a fat child on all allies. Sinking wouldn't actually be that bad of a choice for this fight then. And you have a spooky AoE maybe. But yeah, we probably can still invade this. I mean, the only thing you really don't want to happen is getting unopposed attacks. In that regard, I actually should play the game and use the high shoot counters and stuff like that. Next society they get is a bit mean to start with. Get stabbed. I'm not a fan of his tentacles. We actually got staggered already. Jesus Christ.
한결 수월해진 것 같아요. 좋네요.
I mean, I guess the offensive level up is a bit nasty. Bite of Liberation. Point power for every sinking on target. Big sinking. Big bind. Big nervous impairment. I see. We really should clash with that one, I feel like. Hate to see that. I guess this is kind of as good as it gets.
만만찮겠군. 본인이 하지.
틈을 끊어. 바로
I love my unpickable coins.
목을 떨궈주마.
Hey, it's nice that I guess for once sinking or something like that would have been very useful again. That's not nice though.
무상은 없음.
I actually love unpickable coins.
아까 했던 공격 덕에
That's a lot nicer.
좋네요.
Plus remaining shield gain attack power up. Actually, might want to do the might, but egos are cool, I've heard. We don't need to use the block this turn. That's wohl the highest. Guess this. Other stuff kinda sucks. Right. We got this. I feel like we don't need to really get rid of the ads that much.
모조리 지워버리죠.
It's amazing. I probably don't need to play the game, but I finally get to play the game again. Maybe also it's just better to be just offset the block though. Okay.
아득한 야정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아.
That's the way to max adversity 15 with the new egos and the exclusive gifts. Jesus Christ. I mean, if you make the right choices, I feel like you only really need to kinda play the game on the last floor, but that's still, that sounds... Those ego gifts are probably very well balanced, huh? I mean, I guess... For example, Faust has like 2 keywords, so 2 stones would trigger on hers.
공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요.
Actually, I did... Wait. Faust is Rupture Burn. Skadi's is like Sinking Tremor. I guess Honglu's is Poise Sinking and... I need to check Quackers. But yeah, I guess the... all of the egos have also like 2 statuses, so they would profit from 2 rocks.
조금씩 나아가고 있네요. 계속 힘내주세요.
Does it have any? I guess this might be ego without keyword. Anyways, all that's left is man. Get rid of the stinky stuff. I don't think I used her ego yet. It's pretty neat. Let me test it.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
Yeah, I grabbed every stone to be sure. Fair. I mean, I would say like Raw 15 ones are the only point where I feel like the stones actually hold any value for some cope of clashing with egos.
한눈 팔지 마세요.
But yes.
당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Honestly, I feel like the commotions of the egos, or at least most of them, don't really clash that high. But when the awakening forms, they do for real. Doesn't have Quackos kinda insane amount of clashing when you fully charge him up? Wait, I think they're heading to... He's running himself into a dead end. Seeking refuge at sea? Wait, that's where the ship is. That's where they're headed. They're trying to board the vessel Massos. Wait, but we never told them that the ship was repaired, so how... Ironically, Quack fell off hard there because I didn't guess one shot, so no chance to actually build up his ego. That's also fair. Ain't it obvious? Yeah, I guess if you even like get away with using it by the turn where he does not clash, I think he only builds up one passively per turn if people don't get hurt or staggered, right? They had basically waiting 20 turns would be kinda insane. Ain't it obvious? The whole village is on it. It ain't a surprise that they'd send someone to spy on us, or they know a way to get the ship floating even in its broken state. Vessel? Massos? Vessel Viborio de la Massos. A ship moored at a port in the direction. Wait, it can't be. Green, who was preoccupied with battling the rest of the followers of the Church of the Deep, were in hiding, quickly gave chase. Fabius and the villagers were already aboard the repaired ship, slowly departing the harbor. Port of sea terrors between us and them. Either the new pack or gifts on a companion. I mean, it makes sense that it wouldn't fun. I guess it would be awkward to add. I don't know. But yeah, not. I guess it's kind of sucks that you cannot look them up now. That is actually very annoying. How can a vessel of this size become operational this fast? Seaborne powers? Exterior, the name. Must have been constructed during the golden age of Iberia. But how are we supposed to chase that? God damn it, Tonglu. What if we built a raft boat after them? You should put them in there so I can look at them while it's in game. Sorry, cannot do that. But be happy, he fixed at least somewhat to show you what egos are actually activated with your team. And it's very awful that I guess they do not have an automized system put in place or anything and they need to do it manually. So they still did not add like the plate lineage and Kurokumo gifts and stuff like that to it. But they're working on it. Wait, come on. Seas full of sea terrors. Don't get away before it's goddammit. You see something, Amir? We keep looking in that direction. You can't select them at MD start either. Let's go! Fireman Wokelag is turning more into Wokelag again. Oh. The vessel in Massos soon disappeared into the mist and the village was left empty with never a sign of people ever having been there. So this gateway had all been pre-dated. Even all the mayors. Right, Whip. That's not great for her, huh?
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
VW agreement. Let's go. We're gonna get our own ship. Damn it. Can we just take any ship to go after it? It's the research vessel. It can possibly be very fast. It'd be difficult. Even if it is a research vessel. It was constructed during the golden age of Iberia. No ship can keep up with it. Huh. Which is a problem, because I doubt we have any ship that can travel at the same speed. And if a few small vessels left, which are all anchored too far from this location to be feasible options. Do we have any recourse? Oh, not unless we can identify the exact location of the vessel. Which is the real problem. We can find ourselves a ship to go after them, yes, but most eyes of the Iberia lighthouses lost during the profound silence. Wait, when you say most, you mean there's some left? Just one as far as I know. One in Confavo, but that lighthouse cannot be used at this moment. There's another. There's a lighthouse you can use. Really? Are you really going to give one of the villagers the benefit of the doubt? Yet young Skadi have already confirmed her to be safe. I confirmed is whether she's a seaborn or not. I don't know if she's a cultist. There's two yet. Once we saw that Meas was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us at all times and keep her within Queen's eyeshot. We couldn't possibly blame her for what happened. That is confirmation. But she doesn't have anything to do with those sea monsters. Thus, they all left her behind. Irene still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with the Aegir is that she simply knows too much. Where could she possibly have gained access to all that information? See, she can't even answer that question. Let's think about it this way. What if we were to ask her what we don't know? Location of that lighthouse, for example. Ticking rapidly. What did they say? Alice says that we should approach it differently. That's here what we don't know, like the location of the lighthouse. Seems like a reasonable suggestion to me. Or does think is there an alternate solution to this conundrum? No, but fine, let's see it. I won't interrogate you about how you have access to things that even us Inquisitors don't know. At least not right now. Bajo Muerte, that lighthouse, that's our village name. Somewhere a little ways off from the coastline, there's an intact Eye of Iberia on the sea. It was almost destroyed when the profound silence swept into the coastline. It's not connected to the land? I think it used to be until it sank. We should be able to procure ourselves enough wooden material from the village to build a raft. Is it near enough for a raft to be the means of access? The weather's not great today, but it should do. It's not very far from the coast. Even you? You're going to dress the Aegir? And so, why shouldn't? I understand that Iberian mistrust of the Aegir is quite profound, so sentiment is hollow to the rest of us. Inquisitor Irene, what did you feel when you saw the words island operator? You're talking about a countess, nothing particular, and then slight annoyance when she accused me of being inhumane. So you didn't harbor any hostility nor disgust. Not that you would have felt any sense of sympathy or empathy either. I thought a history of feelings for or against the Aegir. That must be the same for the outsiders. What's she on about? It's conveying that it matters the regards of Tomea's opinions are more objective than Irene's. Fighting the vessel Fabius commandeered will be of benefit to all. Limbus company will gain opportunity to return to the city via the dimensional door. Its island will have the chance to study it at closer proximity. The Inquisition will gain possession of the vessel in which the technology from the Iberian Golden Age is contained. But you're going to just hand it over to the Inquisition? Why should we cover what was once Iberia's? Certainly aspects to the vessel that were interest. We would have a state-of-the-art masterpiece known as Mephistopheles. As long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse. Irene eventually agreed to put her trust in Meas. You're in luck. Exclusive mention, it is quite fortunate our interests aligned exactly with that of the first strangers we encountered in a strange land. A Techies, right? Imagine if you're back in the city, we've taken them like, we distortion hunts for us to come to this agreement. I mean, well, I guess, other priorities in this place, and, honestly, the ship seems very worth on its own, so, without having to settle you with this, Mayors, please lead us to the lighthouse. Okay, happily. So when you said almost destroyed, how almost destroyed is it? I hear that the light faded from the lighthouse a long time ago, but the shape still stands. At least it was when I saw it a few months ago. The lighthouse is in an operable state. We're going to need an expert technician to get it back in working order. Technically, its baseline is completely divorced from the popular applications of original technology, so I doubt there's anyone out there who can work it anymore. Then needn't worry about that. Here, we have an engineer and a researcher who are geniuses even among those in the city. We should be able to manage most mechanical failures. This is a relation after relation, huh? I can vouch for Limbus company's skills. I can also work on similar tasks, find a thing or two helping out crimes, talk about the lighthouse or various tech stuff. Well then, should we all head to the lighthouse together? No, I believe in the group for a moment. Yeah, we'll accompany you instead. What? After all that you're just going off on your own? Yes, to join the doctor. It's imperative for the successful execution of this mission. Of course, the Tsunami and Scotty remaining behind here to assist the rest of you. Thus, I will leave it to the rest of you to take the Eye of Iberia, the lighthouse, back. What do you mean, take back the lighthouse? There's somehow something out there that's taking over the lighthouse called the Eye of Iberia? I'm probably seaborn. Likely supposition. Mia, what did the manager of Limbus company say? They're asking if the lighthouse has been taken over by something? Not a bad intuition. Yes, there's a high likelihood that the structure has already been overrun by sea terrors. I don't know about overrun, but I've encountered them a few times when we approached it too closely. Normally, this is hardly enough personnel to attempt a raid on the lighthouse, but answer me this. Are there any limitations to the revival? There are no restrictions as long as Dante, the manager, survives. However, do note that battle efficiently depreciates with prolonged battle due to mounting mental stress on the manager. We need to change the plan then. Mia, use this communicator to alert me as soon as you are able to identify the coordinates vessel from the lighthouse. If luck would have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete the retrieval mission. Okay, as long as you're not taking everyone with you, if it's just her who's leaving, then go ahead. Should be fine too. Then let us commence the mission. Vessel Muscles retrieval. Right, oh, step one of the plans, the raft, right? Let's go on with it. It's done. Let's go. Eh? What? You're looking at us like that. Is there something bothering you? As you asked, just look at how proactive and quick she is to jump to action. Certainly lives up to the image of an employee working for a large corporation. Thanks, Otis, for the chat with you, I guess. Thanks to Skadi, who had already finished the first step of the plan, we're able to move on to step 2 immediately. Thank you for fast forwarding me and skipping a cutscene. Formation Lighthouse Retrieval. 15 turns. Gacha time! It's that easy, it's that easy, baby.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 그래.
After a while of carefully sailing on Skadi swept along the coastal cliffs, a gigantic shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mist. Eye of Iberia. Against the dilapidated ruined state. Touches that are at once monumental and sensitive are apparent on the exterior construction of the lighthouse. Some even called these lighthouses Guardians of Iberia, hence the contour of the era, as it was built during its golden age. You really know everything, don't you? You are an immortal being, aren't you? It is as you said, but now These lighthouses are nothing but graveyards of countless inquisitors and soldiers of the Panel Battalion. No one was attempted to retrieve the lighthouses ever survived the expedition. Can you please not say scary stuff like that, Miss Irene? We were literally about to walk into one. Won't you ever quit chirping? You foul beast, stop yapping in my ear. Man, okay. Why is this one such a coward among the rest of you outsiders? She has a way with words, for sure. I'm not a coward, I'm just voicing my... This will say some pretty concerning stuff. How long do you think the repairs will take? 6 years rather heavily damaged. However, from what is visible from the outside, its interior is still quite intact. With Miss Hall's expertise, it should not take very long. He sang successful with a smile. Horse maintained her silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse. Then said something pretty concerning with words. Of course, my wit remains unmarred, even as uncertainties. Turns up, pretty wild. Someone's going to have to stay behind and keep an eye on the raft. We can't just leave it here unattended. But I don't know if we can carry it either. Oh, but I want to fight with Skadi. She's cool. I stay here and protect the ship. You sure you can handle this alone? No, you're strong, but maybe 1 or 2 more people should stay she's fine. She's more than fine, my man. No, don't need them. Sea terrors will swarm the islet if I go with you anyway. But this has nothing to do with you. So, what she's trying to say is that she's worried about you not having enough people to take on the lighthouse when she can handle this area alone, which is why she's okay with staying behind alone. Thanks for explaining. Some people just can't help but hop to the next hoop, I guess. That's faster. We'll be back, Skadi. We skedaddle. We'll be back though, exactly. Luckily we didn't run into any sea terrors on our way to the lighthouse gates. Problem was that the gates were bound shut by strange blue tissues. It's the goop. Reminds me of that L-Corp French back at U-Corp. So that one was white. I don't think I can do anything to force it open myself, so... Guys, can you pry open this door? Oi, move over. I pull from the right side, you grab the left end. We all pull together at 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Something's off here. What are you doing? Was firmly secured in place. This flash generates hours as soon as it's torn. Perhaps you'll need to tap into a wilder form of art to get this open. Burn it down, exactly. But what now? The stage flash tissue growing on the gaze of sea terror reacts to the lamp. It's going too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity. Skadi might be able to open this door with her incredible strength, but... Should I go fetch her? But I think she's already fighting off the sea terrors from sinking the raft. So we're all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or ego I could use to get through this. So which one? Yeah, I paid all the gacha. We can just summon Skadi again. Just pondering a familiar question, a faint black glow came into view, then devoured my sight. It's no intuition or inspiration. It's different from those sudden flashes of realization. Wonder if they actually gonna interact with the egos, and I want to see Skadi's reaction to see like, man, you just copied me? It's time, or no? It's not the star of the day that I think of from time to time. It's not a horrible door that I see every time I turn the clock either. Almost in black space in which I am not permitted to see. Faint noise, a whisper cuts through it. And through that opening I see light. Reach out to the opening and see Skadi born from a very warm gaze. This is the Skadi lore, I know. Powerful imagery crashes onto me like the waves. Skadi the staggering dancer wielding a blade. Skadi who flaunts her flowing locks. Skadi the singer humming in a low voice. Beyond the fringes of recognition, Skadi's existence has become engraved. Sinner who can wrestle and control this oceanic tidal power is... Are we actually making egos on the fly? Let's fucking go. Are you alright? Good. I don't think we need to send for Skadi. What? Hey Ishmael, I've never used this ego before, but I need you to trust me and accept it. What? An ego? Not quietly. Well, It's not like we ever get to have a practice run with those ego, whatever it is. Seems me or Mel just found a solution. Confusion is short-lived. He lets out a carefree ladder before stepping forward, boldly twirling her mace once. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Get corroded? We are scarring it up.
한눈 팔지 마세요.
Man, can't believe the standing just already quietly went before playing the Stormy. Quacks or the lighthouse are calling. It's been 2 years so we finally get to see what it means to pull an ego. Is it even pulling an ego if he just manifested it out here without the help of Mephistopheles? And he puts it in Conrad where he deleted in a month. It's fine. It's me. See, this is why taking mods off streams like this is important. The story will live on forever in my words, and I will get views. I love being a content creator. Actually, there's probably better ways. I mean, I guess you are one of the people that actually has just recorded the gameplay without yapping, which would be better to go to this. Nobody wants to see a butterfly. Sorry, I didn't think it'd be this strong. Why the doors open? What are we waiting for? No, I mean, what just was the part where you... Or the part where I suddenly changed into a different outfit and get a different personality? Yes, that! That is... This is most fascinating. An ego could be torn here. You of the mirror of Mephistopheles. I think I connected to Amiya's subconscious mind. There was this strange and familiar light, and so Amiya's emotions. Ah, we're working with the echo, I see. Let's share memories of experience, so I just reach out to them. My subconscious mind? This is this feeling that it would work. Sorry about peering in without asking first. He just pulled an ego, he saw information of the world, he should have no way to know. Fair. Now with also that he used, I guess, Amiya's mind, it's instead of basic Mephistopheles, it makes sense. But I didn't see anything other than things about Skadi. All I need were memories and emotions that can be used to understand the being that is Skadi. It's okay. I also had experience of gaining power from others' memories and emotions to overcome difficult situations. Maybe that's how you were able to force something from me as well, Dante. It's the most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation in which delving into its principles is impossible. So, that's called ego? Beverly, of course Limbus Company's ego is quite distinguished from the other kind of ego, which are bloom from within oneself. If you pulled all the ego and then use loan, then you will unlock Skadi after this cutscene upcoming fight. That is good timing. Yet it matters not whether young Meas and young Amiya learn of this. Thank you with that fool this time. Then gives the use that her projectile penetrates the outer walls, several of them in fact, of a building. The head did not pursue her following the breach of taboo. This is clearly not the city. Ain't it better to let her talk her heart out than to hear her moan and whine about not being able to say anything? Yeah, let her have fun. I'm convinced. As you will then. Power supply sounded almost sulking, but Don Quixote immediately began to expound up an ego to Irene and Maya's enemy. Everyone was too busy to pay attention to her, as the bad slithering noise from a distance had put everyone on edge. Can we do that later? We've got some cleaning up to do. But there were more sea terrors past the door. Any sea terrors from the sea are all converging around Skadi. Which means our only roadblocks are sea terrors still lingering around the lighthouse. Let's go. Let's take this lighthouse back. Will be easy, absolutely. Oh, I guess I see also now why you would have button for getting rid of group mechanics, since we will just get the lantern power. Yeah, Hand of the Saint. Since speed is fixed to one spawns in an active state and balance as a serious point may appear. Okay, when the student sets 3 tops to 1 from damage, check a Hand of the Saint and remove all brand. When this effect triggers, becomes inactive for next turn. Student takes damage only from skills meaning. Okay, so I cannot just AoE it. Because the activity removes all effects from 70 back to max. Yeah. We actually have. We don't have locks for the sea towers and stuff. That's a go.
방금
Why is the army announced outside for this stage? I would feel bad. Oh. Man. Why is the announcer so goddamn expensive?
이제 깨우치시길.
I know that I will crave and probably spend the money for it.
공격이
Which is bad. Or good.
거스라긴.
Honestly, I just spotted it as Japanese Amiya. But why is she speaking Japanese?
아르카나 빛!
Fine.
아까 했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요.
I love invading.
좋네요.
This looks fine.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
I guess I should also just look at activating Quagos Ego. If you want to use it, we need to use it early. I mean, spamming Honglu's Ego for one encounter might also be fun.
적합한 관리법이었어요.
I guess, in a sense, all the new egos and all the ego recovery would also go very well with the
한결 수월해진
contempt ego.
좋네요.
So you have Rosho on a few enemies. So you can get more ego resources.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
I wonder if we at one point have basically ego resource farm meta or something.
불쌍하게 울부짖는 건.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
사랑으로가 악은 이렇게 정화되었네. 아까 했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요. 좋네요.
Is the Gobi even really happening? Not really. I still cannot fuel. I guess I did not get any rough yet, huh?
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Also, man, it's cool. I like the idea of spamming Hongdu Ego. I mean, I guess I just need to make sure not to replace his skill 3, but his skill 3 is the most value skill in my whole team.
아까 했던 공격 덕에
How
한결
many enemies does this have?
좋네요.
Starting to take a second. 25, Jesus Christ. Okay, we might wanna try to speed this up. Did you not get to attack? God damn it.
일기당천.
불쌍하게 울부짖는 건.
도끼를 보내라. 넌 푸름을
I love my high shoes.
도려내라.
틈틈. 아,
He should not be this powerful.
적합하진 않아 보이네요. 관리법에
Maybe they are not as powerful as I hoped.
길을 열어라.
시간은 좋았어요.
아까 했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요. 좋네요.
The group is coming, that's for sure. I guess I did not look at the CV bus. And standby state does not use attack skills until taking damage. Then takes damage while standby state under combat while the state start attacking. I see. As I get for ordering, I guess. And you just has become powerful if you're on the... Okay. Hopeless? How are you hopelessing this? Or you are... So you're slow. Actually, any of you deal? I guess you just clash super high now, huh? I see. I think we also could use the sanity. What are you clashing with? Thank you.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
Casually tells horse to hit at one and now you're suddenly losing clashes.
멈추지 않는
I guess anti-Heish attack.
시간과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
That's like no damage actually.
끝내지.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Actually, I guess since the enemies keep spawning in, I might just want to start dealing with this thing since they're just gonna otherwise just stack my team slowly.
아까 했던 공격 덕에
I mean, I actually dealt with it. Good job, Liver.
좋네요.
Okay. Liana post Bosos. Okay, we're also slowly getting flooded by the group. Is it? I just want to use it once, hopefully.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하니 미안하군요.
At some point we might want to press the group button. It's... Oh, Pat, where do you come from? Why are you here?
무상한 목숨
You're bad. You're new in here.
불끈 지워.
Why are you here? Did nobody take care of you? Did it just let you enter and then you to UB? You're bored, aren't you? That's a small problem.
덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요.
This thing. You want to play, don't you? Why are you at 1-ish? Do I actually need to read that it keeps them alive? Or is this just very unlucky? Might be very unlucky. Nothing is too bad, I guess. But yeah, we are almost fully grouped at this point. With fair, like, we can heal through this. Honestly, us taking damage in a sense is good for Gregors. Man, it's a bit cursed, but yeah, I guess the more damage we... Actually, no, it's... I think it's where it hits, not that... I actually need to read again, I guess. But hey, at least the new eagles are kinda complex.
거스라기.
Up until the point with being retreated, where I just saw this very black and white, and nobody questioned. That's fair. I guess, in a sense, they would at least be trusting to the people that basically gave them shelter if they're the first person you meet, right? Otherwise, I could see that being bothering, yeah. We're not gonna really use Gregor's one again. Satch. I want... This is actually gonna slow me down. I want to see some egos. But yeah, I guess you really don't need the goo button for this one.
시간 끌 것 없이
I mean, I guess if you're slower, it becomes more of a problem. Because look at my sinners, they would be almost at the verge of getting staggered now.
야정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
한 번에 이렇게나 마치 마탕 같네요.
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 적은 종이에 번져
I wanna argue that Canteen the Plague Infected would make sense.
용이 되어 빈 벼를
Fair. Some sinners should probably have been for quarantining, but I guess maybe just by the decisions to make it easier get along with Amir at Woods Island.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은
But yeah, Seaborn, hilariously large threat to this whole world. Not meaning by the way, really has done nothing wrong. Yeah. I'll come home.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메마른 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Now I do not really have... I probably should just use some of my boxes and turn that into thread. I will need more thread in the future anyways. Should have kept that up. Let's spin me once. Hell yeah. Up. I should keep all the Yisang shards since I still might need to shard his bullet ID. So I'm sorry, Rodion. Fuck it, if say fuck it, I mean we need that much fat anyways. I use menu sometimes to keep it. These, I guess I did not actually need to open many boxes. I will just use my boxes for next time Volume gets something, I guess. Also, I honestly just to upset Monk is... I like upsetting my friends. I might be hoarding my resources a bit, but this is a nice number. It's a very nice number. I should probably just uptime fat spin more of my things. Also did my weekly of defeating enemies. Let's go. I mean, now we don't need to play gacha anymore. Yes, lunacy. I deserve it. Up. Plus I spin all the... I did fat spin all the egos that I'm using. Or... I mean, I did fat spin for all the new egos. At least. I don't think I'm gonna fat spin for all... I could probably afford it to fat spin for all the egos I actually have equipped right now, but... that's future Lyra's problem. That's...
내가 맞서. 내가 아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위.
Somebody probably wanna take care of this one. Why are you not taking care of this one? I love my sinners. Slightly better.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
방금 어떻게
What's the point of hoarding all of the enemies? Mostly in a sense laziness and keeping as many shards as possible for once next season was over.
그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 거꾸로 제차.
적합한 관리법이었어요. 다행이에요.
불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
Oh no, there's spewers. See, I hate the spewers. I should look at them. But I have awful passives.
아까 했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월해진
I have potential to fetch in 15 buff egos. But I like having potential and not using it. Next skill designated the closest enemy estimate targets like the sub-targets from the front. Okay, when on plan designates versus enemy as a target converts all coins to unfakeable coins. That's... I see. I really don't want you guys be on the goop. Or maybe get rid of you before the goop comes here. There's a lot of wasted attacks, I feel like. We should also not attack this. Good. Or maybe attack... Story of your... Exactly. That's why I can relate so much. It's gonna hurt.
아까 했던 공격 덕에
More sliders, just like this.
좋네요.
I mean, I guess the question is, do we wait till the end with dealing with those things, or do we deal with them before group time? Or I guess we can... Maybe if we wait till the end, we can just insta-kill them on turn, I guess. Are they just there to punish AoEs? But even if you know how to use AoEs, they would not punish you, they would be just busy work, right? I guess they really just punish stuff like the really things they cannot target, or like the high shoe follow-up attacks.
아까 했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요. 좋네요.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
I love my combat. I still kind of feel very neat about how much they actually translated the Arknights mechanics for the ecos and the enemies into the game. They put a lot of effort into this, which just makes it sadder to see it will be gone. Well, it's the walk now.
아까 했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요. 좋네요.
And we will just clash hopeless against this thing. It's also in the group, that makes sense. Skadi save me. That's what Skadi's made for. Looks okay, I guess. Oh yeah, because I took a weakness for you. Yeah.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
끝내지.
To be getting hurt.
도끼를 보낸다. 넌 푸름을 튀어 해충들을 도려내라.
At least this does clash kinda well for a he. I'm very happy.
파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
And at least a singing team will be happy about this ego. And it is pretty.
아까 했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요. 좋네요.
Well, everything is fine again. For a second.
만만찮겠군. 본인이 하지.
I'm not sure if I'm sometimes a fan of this. I know, like, long battles, especially at least for wave fights like this, I feel like just adding more enemies doesn't add anything interesting. I don't mind going to a matter of longer fights, so some of the mechanics can be built up and stuff like that. But you adding just more waves of trash mobs more or less doesn't mean the fight gets more engaging on the third wave of the same trash mobs. It just takes longer.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
아까 했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요. 좋네요.
Don't at least do any big fuck ups. I probably should. Was it 10 turns or 15 turns for the EX? I feel like we're getting there, which is spooky.
해충들을 도려내라.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
사여. 길을 열어. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
정의 이름으로 이용.
Nice.
아까 했던 공격 덕에
We're getting at least to the end.
좋네요.
Was not too bad. But yeah, in a sense, man, I feel like the undo button they implemented is probably in the worst way, since it is a damage down to actually interact with it, since I'm using up a whole Sinner's Turn pressing button.
예상 못했나 봐.
I mean, any skill one will do, I get that, but still wasted potential, and
이 정도쯤이야?
I mean, at least for my team, it doesn't really matter that they start clashing higher.
열어졌지.
The only threat is if I stand too long in the group, I will get stunned. Well, I take it back, I did get staggered there.
그 공격은 적
Target with an AoE go. I mean, yeah, but
적어둬야.
that's still basically wasting some potential. For a fight that's basically also over now. Which turn are we on? Turn 9. We might just wanna echo everything. Might just wanna kill for a second. I need cool shiny ones I could keep. Not. That's something. I feel like that's really not good to start off with, but if it kills the best.
자,
Did not want to use the.
어쩔지 잘 생각해보라고.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아
Lavish.
스스로
I do like this though.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 쏟고 제쳐라.
This flower won't have a nice day. I do kinda like its flower butt though, basically. Advent.
종이에 번졌으니 식구의 하늘 용되어 빈 벼루에 남았구나.
It was surprisingly not as much damage as I thought it would be.
만만찮겠군. 본인이 하지.
Also, you're not even fighting bosses. Okay, okay, I won't complain about mechanics yet.
푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
I just read the mechanic and feel so far there's no need to interact with the mechanic.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지.
Fabled Knight.
가
That looks like it might be a boss fight. Let's keep it this way.
내 명을 들은 시비수.
There's never a reason unless you're casual. I mean, I do like not taking damage. We're mostly terrors than we expected near the lighthouse, but thanks to Irene's lamp, the light of which paralyzed their nervous systems, paired with the rather narrow passageways, we were able to handle them without much trouble. Also, as the control room was unlike the exterior wall, mostly undamaged. Both shared the good news that the repairs most likely won't take very long. Sang was right. Fortunately, Inside is barely damaged. Oh, you're progressing, Miss Faust. It's almost complete. We best prepare to leave. Then I radio the doctor. Let's... Hammer shakes the building with a loud boom. Debris begins to fall from the ceiling. Lighthouse Becure's floor suddenly collapses from the shock. The floor's giving way. What's going on there? Something went against the Eye of Iberia. See, it's shattering the ocean surface, the sheer explosive force turning water into mist. And charging at us once again. Boy, as Yi-Sang noted, I saw the shadow of a dark figure through the ruptured outer wall of the lighthouse, charging ferociously at a ruined structure. Hooker looked a lot like one of those knights of the city's vessel region Don Quixote would talk at length about. Lighthouse might crumble at this rate. We have no choice. We have to stop whatever's out there. Faust, stay here. The rest of us will descend the lighthouse and... The light is almost fully functional. Only takes some finishing touches to have its light shine again. Which I can handle, so I'll stay behind. This entire island is necessary to leave the rest to you. I would much rather leave it to Faust, who is an expert. I've read about the Seaborn before. Fables and legends say that he is the last knight. Those stories have any grain of truth in them. You're going to need all hands on deck to even have a chance at stalling it. You better be for a few days of interrogations once I ping you into the Inquisition. Your decision, Executive Manager. All hands on deck, leaving the lighthouse to Meas. We have to put a stop to that night somehow. Waves crest high and violent behind the spear-wielding knight. We have to protect the already precursed lighthouse against the knight. Knight begins to charge at us, his steed splitting the very sea. I instinctively know that this isn't going to be easy. That's the boss, man. One day, wheat grains he planted did not sprout. One day, he stopped feeling the scent of life between his breaths. Thus, he rides against the currents, hunting after waves. He seeks the waves, approaches them, eventually thinks about their destruction. I might be shrimpling somewhat, hey old sea. Great memories having clinged to Amiya's phantoms flashed briefly before my eyes, and the Seaborn Knight wields his great lance against surface sea terrors and sippy. He shatters the door with repulsiveness, but he does not stop. You obstruct progress and cover the lands. That is impermissible. This is the land. The Knight and the Sea Terrors don't necessarily seem to be on the same side. Perhaps diplomacy may be a viable solution here? We will talk. Okay, what does this land need? Answer me. We are not the sea. We are not its waves. Knight's great lance falters without doubt. Waves are the only thing that hold any meaning for him. Gets 3 offense level down. Let's go. See, speaking is worth it. Ein hit inflict cold. It's new? So on speed for every cold stack, if it has 3 stacks after skill and take 20 gloom damage and 20 SP damage and gain frozen this man. Okay, I see. Cold stack expires after all its effects are activated. If this unit did not attack the last night, it expires. That's annoying. That's very annoying. Protection. The unit has slow more, half the amount of protection gain. Okay, so I want to save DPS, so... And I guess sinking would be very great here. It takes damage, that brings the HP down to 0, nullify the damage. But this is just like an Arknights video game. When the attacking targets are frozen, deal more damage. Gain a fence up for use of cold. Mystery and Calamity. Ah, you are you are high level. Boop, boop. Makes sense. Obviously, since this changes to normal. Interesting. Maybe asleep, but you can't tell anyone that the mods are snoozing. It's fine. From Lu, Faust killed a guy, Faust saw the SP damage. You know, it is what it is, I guess. Just gain 2 haste next turn. Okay, I want to clash against this since this loses P. Still super annoying though. How do we best approach this? Being frozen is not nice, but also I don't even want to really... I guess I just cope and keep good clashes. Or... I mean, we also still want to win the clashes though. But I try to keep the DPS for when he's sad. Offsetting that is not worth it. I don't even want to switch out my high shoes though. You can be sad? I think you're supposed to make him be on low moral and then DPS him since he will have less protection. That's what I inferred from reading descriptions. But he does clash well, huh? Oh, fuck me. Try win rate. Fair.
Limbus Company の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Okay. So yeah, you also gain slightly more less resistance when that happens. Cycles of Fortune. Attack will gain power. There. I still don't want to make you attack though, but might need to resort to something like this. Really want you to lose this clash. That's a good turn for my magical girl at least. Oh jeez. Might wanna take one of those and gamble. Six, 5. You still with this. Hate that. Can free something better? Not really. Oh, he gets stronger if you win rate. Cool, win rate anyways. I like to pretend that this is a Wimtu game. Ouch. And then I lose my rolls because Silent Hill is a bitch. We should toss monster once I can monster. Or maybe we should Skadi for some thinking at least. It's a video game. But I want to earn my wins. Oh, Jesus Christ. Maybe I should just press win rate.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Yeah, I think we just have to use our hard-hitting stuff at this point, though. What does win rate look like? Not great. This struggling is not great. It's not even clashing. We rolled kinda high or okay, yes, sung my man. Struggling. Why? I guess he got some attack power by this point. Faust gets that one. Yeah, that's not great. That's why you have backup Heishes. Are you really earning your wins if you do the mechanics? I think I do. But it's also not working great right now. I guess that's an awful moment to get frozen, huh? That's good to know that it happens with action, basically. Since we done this to solve when the night begins to slow. But we don't have anything in common with the night. Cold lonely swites his bellow, insidious under the faint light. Are we waves or walks in his eyes? The sea wets our hams, giving us no time to answer the question. Stand your ground. I guess maybe I should have wanted to rush them getting actually frozen. The usual warmth reignites the fire of determination in the rest of the sinners. In that moment, Irene raises her lamp, showing the night with its light. It appears illuminates our path. Unlike the night, we are not alone, so we did not have to endure this chilling loneliness by ourselves. We're frozen from our eyes. I see. We really don't want, I guess, give Honglu this one. We don't want Honglu to perish in any sense or form. We also probably just want to monster. Kim lets you get it. I hate that I'm playing for the mechanics was actually the bad thing to do if he just gives you a free out. That's not how it's supposed to go. On this. We got this. Let's get this fucker's SP down.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아. 스스로 답을 구하시길.
I wonder how you actually. I guess once I can do, I should just use the Skadi ego. But honestly, sinking team sounds kind of best in slot for this fight to me. Maybe if I get beat up, I will unironically use the sinking team.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
I guess that's all you were really doing then. I don't like those numbers at all. Oh, I have Centipede. I mean, it's still some. It does not clash well at all, though. How high does this 13? We believe. But yeah, getting this man's SP down is actually surprisingly hard. I'm not sure how much you can really play around his mechanics.
적질렀나?
무능무변 믿음을 되새겼다면 어리석은 의무는 품지 말았어야지.
This might be unironically the first time I actually see this ego being used by me.
넘기를 생각하면
It's kinda bad.
내가 걸어야만 하는 길이겠지.
Oh, you're super slow. It's unfortunate. It's not even about me.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
Yeah, but even doing that, if you have like clashes and stuff like that, it might. I guess he has not 7 attack slots, but it's also sounds super annoying. This is a very bad situation. Clash of what's attacking you. Why does that's so horrible? Struggling even with that. We got this, baby.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
That does hurt.
승부처다.
We got this. Don't worry, Amir. We don't got this. One, we lose at least this man's sanity or something. Ah. At this point, we probably should just go for the damage, but so far away from the stagger bar. Lead protection is one hell of a. Actually, did. Does he not have the protection? He have the protection? Or is that combat starting against the protection? That's why he does not have it right now. That makes sense. Fuck it. Honestly, at this point, I feel like this is just gonna be reset.
어쩌겠지. 잘 생각해보라고.
Hey, that hurts.
이날이 오긴 오는구만.
囚人が退却できませんでした。あ、ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
Why is he so goddamn fast? That's kind of waste. Just finding him does sound pretty good though. At least society is slowly going down again. Maybe. Maybe.
뭘 위해 지금 죽어내.
수많은 것들이 목지에 온다.
I love doing no damage.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
It's also almost time for us getting frozen or something.
ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
I take. How did you roll a 1-2? I guess, yeah, you actually also. That's sad. Actually, it's fine. We are guarding with house enemies. He will perish. We will not be frozen. Actually, you will be. Oh, fuck me. I actually should at least think about running the skills to get frozen.
한 점만 노린다. 좋아, 탄하구만.
Right. Turns out having bullet pretty good. Sadly, we don't really have that much to take advantage of that.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 걷고 제쳐라.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。 味方が優勢です。今こそ
I think that's really where you would want it to just end him if possible. Like this, then it's dominating. It's a lot of bullets, but I don't think you will see the end of the bullets anyways, one way or another.
아득한 야정.
This would have been a lot easier if I could just have burst him down one turn where he gets staggered.
혈염도 바로.
But I imagine with a sinking team, you could do so much fun stuff against this man. Yeah, this is how Limbus Company works, I swear. Struggling. Love to see that. I love being slow again. Yeah, das wird. That seems that seems too spicy. We could get an unopposed attack in. That's also not really worth it. Yeah, I guess also IDs that just have dodge in a sense, I guess would be kind of best in slot. But yeah, man should be more or less dead. Pure damage from Rupture, I guess it could have been a lot meaner given him the passive that he used lately on bosses of like be halving the damage of status effects on you.
Limbus カンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
Bad craftsman plays those tools. I mean... Oh right, he has a second... I forgot that he has a second phase now. How did I forget about that?
探偵さん、なんだかただならぬ気配を感じます。
Clashable. I see how it is. This is where we either believe that there's a story cutscene to save me, or this is our end.
동이 될 때까지 이 전장에 남고 싶었는데.
과연
The knight rides up the violently whining steed, lands waves skyward. The knight races across the sea, splitting it waves. He won't succeed at this rate. Stall him, please, even for a second. Irene directs her hand cannon towards the knight. Her aim and will undulates on the same frequency with the waves. Need but a moment to recover. Topple the waves, go for his legs, not his lance. I have to stop the knight's charge. Knight's fierce charge briefly waves when Sinner Heath jumps in his path. And Crystal quickly capitalizes on the momentary opening. A blinding spike flies from her hand cannon, and the knight is thrown off his steed. Later ocean becomes clashable. That's the start. Then Shadow pools under the lone knight source of teaming flesh sliding against flesh can be heard from beneath. After they gathered to defeat the knight, they must have first gathered there, believing him to be one of them, until they came to realization. The knight is a traitor to the Great Will. Knight leaps off from the surface, but the sea rises violently in response, dragging him back down. Waves crest high, crawling up in the night, crashing him back down to the water's surface. He leaps once again, the cresting waves as his stepping stones. He belongs not to the sea. He stands tall against the Great Will, his head held high in eternal defiance. And the knight rides across the watery mountains and charges at us. I believe in you. Thank you. The Limbus sword brings the knight's charge to a stop, then the waves begin to crash in. Once, twice, thrice. But unlike the knight in the backseats, the waves don't stop coming. He has always challenged the waves and is fated to do so for eternity. Waves will always shake the sea until the day of the knight's sinking. Struggle passive deactivated.
이런 식으로 해결하면 됩니다.
Can actually do damage to him. It's a bit late for that.
私、皆さんのことを信じています。
But yeah, so this is... We can actually damage him now. That's still not good though. At least deal less damage. And then inflicts more. We got this for sure.
어떡. 수많은 것들이 옥죄어.
That is kinda long boss fight though, without being able to get his sanity down reliable.
이 영상으로 돌려본다면 공부가
여행엔 목적이 있었지. 내가 죽어도 묘난
That's still a lot of damage. I love my unbreakable coins.
도착할
Man, I hate that noise.
거기서 좀 더 신중히 써야 했나? 아니 탄을 잘못 골랐나?
Fuck this.
뭐든 어때? 내가 좀 부족했던 건 사실이니까.
That's not.
부르신다.
Honestly, Fluid Sack is so much better for this. You are on the team for some reason. I'm gonna be very annoyed the next time I went sinking in Miro Dungeon. Ooh, without support at all. Maybe you? You're also a nice meme. Wonder if it's still worth it to run Cup or something instead of them. Okay, let's think about this. Need this. Why this was a buff? Something. Should be sold. Why do I have not sold a man? Oh, did I not never change the back since the Christmas rerun? That is kind of funny. Actually, I guess I want to be greedy with the rewards, so you take this. The buff now. Okay.
불청객을 맞이할 시간인가 보군요.
부르신다면
관리인가 아니면 애도인가?
복지팀의 협조가 필요한 거지. 다들
사냥감을 찾은
Is this my starting lineup? Maybe.
열쇠가 필요하신가요?
주먹으로 매만지며 탐.
일인가요?
자,
If you this at least. Let's go. How bad could this end? Let's speed up the night.
총의 이름으로 지금 이곳에 등장!
I'm gonna distort if thinking somehow goes worse. We have to hit one of those coins. Okay.
간단합니다.
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
This is kind of wasted, but I mean, I guess first turn we should kind of go all out of just getting frozen, more or less, since we know we're gonna get bailed once. So why not take advantage of that? I actually...
오작 터뜨려주지.
Maybe being more defensive with Knight is better than... Just Sinker at him, Knight thing.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
Look at us. Next turn we can actually deal damage. I love mechanics.
囚人の皆さんの状態を確認する必要がありそうです。管理人。
Still should we not have? One day your stratagems will actually... I like it to think. It's not my fault that I'm bad at thinking.
직접 밝혀주마.
Yeah, guess what? I already got a good bit in since it was 2 damage. No, I do love being a free thinker at least. What would be life if I were just following the lead of everyone else?
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Hate to see that struggling. Now, if they only could clash somewhat well. I was like everything unopposed. Already clashing, you're struggling. Found that. Don't like. But then nothing. Also, I hate video games.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
한눈 팔지 마세요.
Get sunk.
당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
C will claim him where the knife belongs. First though.
囚人に致命傷を確認。至急対処お願いします。
얼마나 비었겠나.
저 밑에서
That's a lot of staggered people. Are you? It's that easy.
사냥을 위해서 루라니아.
作戦の一環。
그록 달릴 시간이다.
リンバスカンパニーの戦い方。
I should probably take this exactly. It's still so slow against this man though.
정확하게.
Man, imagine if actually minus 45 science would still work on bosses.
편히 쉬시게.
Guess I'm not the biggest fan that they all just have mechanics that they can actually not just panic.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
You should just use your guard. Actually, I guess Sunshine you sung might have been better for this, so you can actually... It's a curse foul to say that Sunshine you sung might have been better for this. Not gonna lie. That's okay, should be okay. I guess do nothing. And it's also the turn we actually deal damage. Something.
일단과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다니.
That hurts.
고작 여기서
저
쓰러진다면
밑에서 나를 부르는
I hate Archie.
안개가 거치고 곱수었으면 그리워하던 그 사람을 볼 수 있는 것.
囚人が死亡。どうすれば。
갈까?
Okay, give me all the damage.
꽂아 터뜨려주지. 지키기 위해서.
직접
Honestly, the most important part is just getting good turn in when he is staggered. And we should be able to get him to 1 HP next turn the latest. Or if not now. Exactly.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。 タンテさん、
I guess I should have accepted I get iced. But I cannot do anything against. That I still very much hate. Because this is where you dodge where you can. But maybe you will be able to attack or something.
그런 무지를 열어줬지.
계속해봐라. 이 폭풍이
That is still such bullshit. You cannot change my mind about that.
아무것도 남지 마라. 지키겠다
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。
Yep. That's a bit more problematic, probably for the skill checks. And it turns out not everyone is clashing as good as the Heishes do. Let's go.
평소에 공부해뒀던 거네요.
敵が優勢です。状況を今一度。
That's all what we needed, probably. I say seeing almost all my sinners slowly perishing anyways. Dominating this? That feels wrong to me. The neat thing about Heishe is that your backups are also... Wow. You know, I won't listen to your Heishe propaganda like that. Do I have anything? I guess we don't really need the... We don't need a clash, we take it, I guess. In a sense, clashing with his guard does not matter for once. He will be at COSP next turn anyways, which I hate. At least we have kinda good thinking on this man now. That's all that matters. I love seeing dominates. What if we just win weight? It's not as beautiful as I hoped it would be. You are attacking a lot of enemies that I cannot. The sun gets something to... No clash. That's something to do. Do we want to do this now? Probably. I cannot even offset this, yeah. Guess you don't really mind what turn it is. I guess maybe we really just start doing the gimmick of not getting frozen. It is incredible, I know.
오자 터뜨려주지.
Also, we know this ego. Okay, that would be neat, but
이 왕좌에 묶여 홀로 통치하는 자일지니 계속해봐라. 이 폭풍이 찾아들 때까지.
정리하겠습니다. 불결한 들린다. 정리하지. 그 물을 한 모금.
we're supposed to dodge.
이곳은 그분의 조상의 나비의 날개라에 가까이서
囚人が死亡。
자세히 보겠는가 할 수 있었을지.
Priority very high, huh? And imagine getting something good with. Maybe we don't need to mention that.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지라.
No, better than just doing forcing it with Hysus, I feel like. Its slower turn count was more painful for sure though. Anyways, man should be actually be dead.
지시무지에서 도피하지 말라.
Amount of bounce. Lamp's almost out too. Holding him back for now, but he won't last much longer. No BS. I can last. The lighthouse not so much. Difference does it make? Sinners were weaning from the battle against this enemy, who is more like a force of nature than human. Without giving us much time to breathe, the knight fixes the spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to dawn as I quickly began to whack my head with a desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? That's when, through the mist, the black space begins to envelop my vision once again. This is where we get, like, Quaggo's ego. This is where we get Quaggo's ego. It is just like... From the dark, light shines again. Reach out toward it and see, unlike in the earlier phenomenon, focus entirely and powerfully on Skadi, a single individual. What I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Casimir's. That should be Quaggo's ego. I think Casimir's is the horse people. This place was filled to the brim with things that Don Quixote would lose her mind over, like knights and their countless friends in an arena in which to test one's mettle. But the one in Amir's house sits far from all of that glory, in a very mundane-looking office. He was a well-kept set of clothing, where his eyes are, with his slight squint focused on reading the newspaper. The man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of that scene was a banner hanging on the wall and a sword. Don Quixote was the first sinner who came to mind. Can she, our ardent admirer of knights in pursuit of glory, spend that energy from his sword as her own? Wait, no. He's different. He's someone who doesn't pursue glory. Someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. A sinner who can detachedly wield the entirety of the bygone's honor is... Yes, that's just one. I trust you, Quagga. Use this ego to hew into Knight's charts. Split the waves. I love that all the egos are basically just Dante's headcanon. Looks at man, goes like, who fits most to my OC now? Use the light to split the waves, huh? Here you mention, but let's do this.
이 영광은 빛바래지 않은 분.
I just imagine some person probably exists and goes, yeah, I mean, isn't that basically it? Incandescent golden blades of light surge forth, cleaving through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parries each of those lights away, but he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts across the sea. Looks in our direction as if to admire it. Finally, the lighthouse makes a low, resonant, creaking noise. You should imagine a Mary Sue. Sorry, he has too much little? I don't know. Maybe he's not smart. Resonant creaking noise before firing a bright light toward the ocean horizon. Mias has completed the repairs. Ooh, the light returned to its house once more. Silence all. Mias is saying something. I got to said Mias was peeking out of the window and shouting something at us. Vessel Masters is still near the shores, somewhere in the coastal sea. It moors somewhere by the beach, somewhere quite a bit of distance away from the village coast. Confirmed. A radio doctor can see it immediately. Phew, that's all well and good, but what about that monster? Yeah, what if it charges at the lighthouse again and destroys it? I heard it talk during battle, but I don't think that creature is capable of actually communicating with them. This will be a problem. Don Quixote, wait, don't get too close to it, it's too dangerous. But before we could stop her, Don Quixote had already approached as close as she could to this seaborn. Her eyes twinkling, goddammit, she just sees night and night pain takes over. We want to admire the knight and his steed before asking in an energetic tone, "O mighty knight, what is the name of thy noble steed?" Hoikandi? Oh no. Wait, you can communicate with him? Oh, that's quite a coincidence then. My noble steed is also named Rockikante. One. It's not a comrade. Yeah, a steed, you say? Forsooth, a steed most fine indeed, to have served me well over countless adventures of mine, despite its appearance. But I must inquire thee, noble knight, wherefore dost thou strike this lighthouse so? Ishmael. I know her. I know who this is. It was not the waves. Waves are darker, more raucous. Perchance there was a tad inconvenient misunderstanding here then. Good night. I and my competitors are now embarking on an adventure most important. Yet, with thy obstruction, we are unable to do so. With our return to whence thou came, Kyoto regarded the knight with a stance that was at once courteous and brave. The knight and his steed Horikande stared wordlessly back at Don Quixote. Wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight, or if the knight just lost interest, but they both departed the lighthouse, looking out to the far distance. Does it really exist? Seaborns who hope for something other than just survival. That's powerful. Seaborns lurk at sea. Are you alright, donkey? You should be thankful that it somehow yielded a positive outcome. When are you going to fix that habit of rushing forward without thinking it through? My apologies. Don Quixote returned, the knight with that bizarre conversation. Amir raised her voice heavily, so she just received good news. What? Dr. Calcid, is that true? What's going on? Doctors managed to infiltrate the vessel masters. They're already done cleaning up the decks, and are now waiting for the rest of us to arrive. Well, it's been hardly 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on. Doctor's an excellent strategist, and based on what Dr. Calcid told us, I think they already had some plans in motion before we activated the lighthouse. Wait, let's return to Skadi and join them. Turned to the raft and explained what had transpired. Skadi listened to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner she did before. Someone's going to have to stay behind. Let's stay. Go find the vessel masters. You're going to refuse again if we offer help, aren't you? Yes. I'll see you after we retrieve the vessel masters. I'll let the doctor know what happened here. What an oddball. Arknights Brokak 2 seasons from now with Irene Aldous, Amir Yisang, and 2 more vendors for some other sinners. I mean, they did not give us voice acting. But, yeah. Voice acting, I swear to God, if Kim does this. Why is Amir voice actor in Japanese? Tell me, Kim. What was the plan here? I really feel like it does make. It's a bit cursed. If it's something like this. Because I think they have a Korean dub. Why not use the Korean voice actors? Half of them are working for Limbus anyways. This is the doctor. Research at Wood Silence. Nice to meet you. It's me from another gacha game. When I, after everything we went through, finally had the chance to meet the Doctor of Woods Island, I realized that I had been building a vastly different image of them in my mind based on the name alone. I was thinking they were going to be someone like Gisang, Faust, or Hohenheim from LCE. It's not Davy Talent. Close enough, but the first impression of them was similar to what I felt when I met a K-Corp employee. The clock just ticked. And this is Dundee, a rancher at Limbus Company. The ticking just now was nice to meet you. Okay. Thanks for accompanying Amir. Honestly, I was pretty worried when we were separated at the border. I should thank you and Amir, actually. We would have been in real pickle without her, so... It's a bit embarrassing to repeat that myself. Thunder says we would have been a real pickle without Miss Amir. Sorry, manager, but... can talk human, so don't worry about it. We'll talk over the translation. It's incorrect to state that the manager cannot talk human. A more accurate assessment would state that the manager is incapable of accessing sonic means of communication, which includes verbal communication. However, they are able to produce repetition of multiple sounds that may register on a similar scale to the ticking of multiple tens, second tens, minute tens of a clock. Something about the way Masor put it sounds worse. Don't worry, I trust him in cloak. Don't worry, it's not a difficult task when a single individual has to be translated. Doctor, let us move on to the next steps of the plan. Next steps? Thanks to Limbus Company's efforts, we obtained the exact coordinates of the vessel masses and managed to capture the decks with ease. However, Fabius, who is suspected to be Bishop of the Deep and his followers, have barricaded themselves inside the bridge's control room. While it may seem as though they're hiding, I believe they're trying to bait us. As in they're waiting for us to enter the bridge before summoning reinforcements from elsewhere to trap us in a pincer attack? Something like that. Elsewhere is most likely to be the sea, as the reinforcements are probably more sea terrors. Fabius is the seaborn, and the ocean will answer to the call of their kind. This company and Irene will head to the bridge and neutralize Fabius. Amir and I will accompany you to provide support and identify the situation within the bridge. In the meantime, Calcite and the other operators will remain on standby on the ship's exterior at the pre-designated locations. I'd like to avoid getting surrounded by sea terrors before we manage to take down the Church of the Deep within the bridge. Okay, but imagine how how peak it would have been if we could, if that would not have been a one-sided collab. And that is gonna be the tower defense mission in Arknights. We'll just defend the boat. Come on. I observed several entry points leading straight to the bridge while we are working on repairing the vessel. This doesn't seem numerous enough to close off all of them. It's true that there are many entry points here, but we don't need forces guarding every single one of them. Especially here. The hallway is narrow, long and straight, so... Makes sense to me. How about here? Are you sure you're not already focusing your forces to a single checkpoint? Ah, let's see. But on closer look... The commanding officer always is finding in her environment. Any questions, Manager Bart? I have no idea what they're talking about, if I'm being honest. Really? You say you're commanding the sinners earlier? You seem pretty adept at giving orders and making strategic decisions. Indeed, they seem quite adept at making on-the-spot strategic commands and identifying exploitable weaknesses and patterns in their enemies. However, the Doctor and the Outsider are operating on fundamentally different fields. No further elaboration is necessary. Agreed, the particular aspect of strategizing is not one of Manager's standard obligations, and even if there is a chance for them to engage in such elements, it would be too early to do so. Is that so? It is. At least that is what Faust has charged. What are they on about? I want to ask that myself. I don't know, I have no idea. Having finished the discussion with the Doctor over the plan, Aldous returned wearing a grim look. Huh? Is there something wrong with the plan? No, there wasn't anything with the plan. I expected a certain degree of competency, but they were impressive. Far beyond my expectations, man. Bootlicking the Doctor already. Really? That good, huh? Even when I think back to my days in the line of duty, I can't think of too many like them. Right, so they're dependable. Good enough for me. If your strategizing is done, let's get cracking. What of you, Miss Mears? If it's too much to face what awaits, then you need not to follow us. I decided to stay here anyway. The Doctor's going to update you in real time on where the safe zones are, so please keep that communicator close to you. Well, hey, if Cramps, is there something you would like for us to do? No, nothing. Just something you want to tell him, contact us through the communicator at any time. We're going to find a way to resolve this as peacefully as we can, if the negotiations break down. Yeah, I know what you mean, Doctor. Be safe, everyone. Leaving Mias behind with her unfinished sentence, we followed the Volts Island team into the bridge, which was as gaudily decorated as ever. Fabius, flanked by hooded followers and sea terrors, greeted us with a kindly smile. Welcome. I truly did appreciate thy kindness. Therefore didst thou seek no harm us. Suspicions are certainly justified, but I implore you to think back. You truly believed that we had thought to harm you then. How would you explain that one peaceful night you had spent in Faro Murto? Aye, we have never wished you any harm. We did not then, we do not now. Not even a day after you folks stabbed us in the back like cowards and you want us to believe that? Our wish has always been the same. We only wish to extend the freedom to roam the sea to those of capable, kind-hearted souls. Mate, we know you are just trying to turn us into sea monsters of some kind. Monster is only a name. The essence of its being changes not regardless of the label given to it. Become one with the sea, become one with the endless cycle of life, and one day your misunderstandings will end, and you will come to understand us. Looks like this fight between us is going to be unavoidable. Pulled out the identity cards the moment saw Fabius raising his hand. Doctors seem to have finished their preparations as well, as they and Amir stood opposite Fabius. Incoming! Get ready, everyone! Now this is a banger. Let's stop them here for good, no matter how long it takes. Strategic formation prioritized reducing sacrifices to the absolute minimum. Their comments sought to protect, sought to defend, their forces were quick to follow them. Yeah, I never have casualties, I swear. Wood's island operation was certainly impressive, but that's not exactly our style. All I can do is put my faith in the sinners and push them onward. Our style is... trust me to bring you back, no matter how many times they cut you down. Let's wipe them out. We have a new button. Let's go. Okay, but this is same old basically.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 튀어버리죠.
목을 떨궈주마.
Hope this is quick then. I mean, I guess I am still probably kind of far from beating this, but man, not sure how long I wanna keep going. I do beat stream of all time. I mean, it's nice that there is so much content actually. I do appreciate that part. It is just sad that, yeah, this is gonna be deleted. We don't get a second interval this season, so this really is the stand-in. I mean, I guess you can say it's not. I guess I can hate how some of the Project Moon fans are coping that. Well, this is not a fault of the Arknights collab. This was planned along. Having not a second interval is just because of them pushing the next Kando, which in a sense is true, but if they would not have planned this collab beforehand, they would also have more resources for the normal game stuff. But honestly, this is peak Limbus content.
적합한 관리법이었어요. 다행이에요.
Still feels strange that Amias does not announce for all of the fights here. If you want to try to sell me on her, you should do it now. Or I guess just hope that the form was enough.
아까 했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요. 만만찮겠군. 좋네요. 하지.
But hey, at least I take relaxed beating up people again. It is very nice.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
악은 이렇게 정화되었네. 아까 했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요. 좋네요.
We can beat them up. I think like maybe it's just the pacing overall, but I feel like especially for Intervallo it's always happens that towards the end you just have some trash fights where nothing is new and it just keeps dragging on. I feel like Project Moon can maybe work on that part still.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
It is what it is.
넌 풀엄을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요.
But yeah, I feel like the goop is not even gonna be really relevant. Actually,
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
probably want to start egoing though. Getting more AoE damage out would be neat.
끝내지.
Might activate the flower now, which is not the worst thing.
도려내라.
Probably not. Good.
묘야.
How does this man have so much sanity? Has he been looking around?
아까 했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요. 좋네요.
So yeah, just dogpile this basically. Wait. Yeah, you would do the exact same opposite of what I want you to do. Good enough.
자, 어느 쪽일지
That,
잘 생각해보라고.
that counter will still hurt, but it is what it is.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수 없겠구나.
That's actually a lot of the nervous impairment.
조금씩 나아가고 있네요.
That's actually how do these things sometimes have so much goddamn HP?
목을 떨고 주마.
Please, I worry about my X conditions. At least Limbus is kind of the base gacha game that doesn't really punish you too much for being too slow in a fight. I very dislike when other games do this. I feel like if I survive the fight, I should just get a win and not be on an arbitrary timer. It's Fabius again. Aww. Okay, so you will spawn apps later on that get stronger with Goop. You want to remove this man's shield. Why is he so goddamn fast? Honestly, offset this. Ooh, doing this is also not too bad for us. Are we winning? We are winning. Good.
뱀으로 꿰뚫어라. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
쪽방향이 아닐 텐데.
사여.
Honestly, I guess best way would be actually to keep one or two cultists alive, right? Right. Get magical girl. Look how cute she is.
아까 했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요. 좋네요.
If I just invade. Yeah, let's not go overkill on this. Better to it's probably still better to offset it, which I... Okay, I don't want to Right. Beat the man.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리. 튼튼하군요.
And those cult is very weak, huh? But they do explode in some nice score. My man, on the other hand, I swear to God, if he would have somehow won that, would have lost my mind. Yeah, I guess offsetting is still so much better. He's early on. Do not have Rupture build up, but building Rupture up is also nice. Oh, look at my Dawn.
아까 했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요. 좋네요.
Anything new? Not really. What does Winway do? It's annoying. That's good enough though. Maybe we want to Quacker now. I feel like the fight is also still almost over, that it doesn't really do much for us. But I said I don't think we even really want to kill the cultists though. Just want to beat up old men that deserve it, even if he's an elf. Elf kinda betray us. With his body, he will not wake up tomorrow.
조금씩 나아가고 있네요. 계속 힘내주세요.
Please don't tell me this was an EX of 10 turns, because then I will be sad. Just win this bullshit. Good enough. Is it good enough?
만만찮겠군. 본인이 하지.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래.
I love Monster. And my inner voices are also telling me to pull for Monster and Arknights, which... It's not a good inner voice. I should say for the goddamn limited banner.
다른 방법이 적절하지 않았을까요?
불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
But honestly, she's so cute. I overall really like her seats design. How did you...
아까 했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요.
I fucking hate video games.
좋네요.
Some days I kinda miss Wuna because I felt like it was easier to grasp how much damage she would actually deal reasonably. Instead of just be my down. Oh, you're... Just end this man's life. He's annoying me.
가치 없.
깔끔하게 물었군.
That's what I love to hear. They're pretty persistent. Fabius flees again, using Sea Terrors and his followers as meat shields. Wait, no, I see it now. It's not Fabius who's putting them in harm's way to save himself. Sea-Terrors and the cultists are throwing themselves in our way, entirely willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure that Fabius gets away. But for all that, the only place left for him to flee on the ship, wounded and cornered by the sinister Davine's lamplight, was the decks. Nowhere left to run, Fabius. Instead, you can't help but continue to fast and struggle to live, even knowing that there's no hope. Running only makes your pain worse. That's different. We didn't want to live. Voice echoes from under the dark sky. Yes. Mia's appearing quite different from how she did a moment ago. She approaches Fabius slowly, her expression solemn and mournful. Looks down at him wordlessly. I told you that your methods won't win the understanding, Fabi. What a shame. I thought a dose of such wisdom and aptitude would. I hoped you would still be able to realize your ideal here, even after I'd left. Fabius realized Fabius may die, but we will remain. Now it's time, devour me. Fabius blurted out threw us off once again, even before we gained our footing from the shock of realizing Mia's true allegiance. Eat people? Huh. Looks like they're about to give us a lifetime save for some gourmet art. That's a pretty common thing in the district and the feedback streets, but I'd rather not see it in person. Hey, I think I'm just gonna look away. That's okay, right? Just what? Doctor, weaker seaborns willingly let themselves be devoured by stronger ones, thereby sharing the experiences and nutrients with them. This is a commonly accepted practice among them. This is but a behavior that prioritizes survival over all else. This isn't done in any sense of sacrifice. Time is here, devour me. Set sail toward your ideal. But we already had 4 you son. Come on. Sorry, Fabi. I still got some canned food left for me on this ship, and I think I'll delay becoming a seaborn for a little while. Why? For the new destination. Gain a new power from there, become a seaborn. Now's not yet the time. That is your will, O Bishop. Don't worry, your flesh will fatten the bloodkin of the sea. Minos waves a hand, and sea-terrors climb up to the vessel from the ship and begin tearing Fabius to pieces. Despite the way it looked, Fabius looked exhilarated. Nary look of suffering or pain, wrinkling his face as they ripped his flesh apart. He turned away from the scene that could not be described as anything else other than cannibalism. Look at Mias. I'll see it, is she? Don't need to ask questions, when the answer lies plainly before you, Doctor. Wait, what is happening? Before did young Mias... Isn't Fabius. Mias was the Bishop of the Deep. It's fine, we can beat her up too.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길을
2 stages. Is one boss fight and one mirror dungeon? We can do this, I hope, maybe. This is where the yapping for 5 hours keeps going.
무엇을 바꾸었는지를.
They've played us. Don't despair, we still have the upper hand. Defeated Fabius and his cultists already, and even if they were to summon more sea terrors, we should be able to handle them without much trouble. Hey, Egir, just what were you thinking the entire time as you deceived us? The feeling I knew what she was going to say to that. She was either going to say that it was for our sake, it wasn't a deception at all. Maybe she'll give us one final clothing. To her reply, the words of which were carefully selected after gazing out at the far ocean, was not what any of us could have expected. Sorry. I thought this would be the better way to approach you, but I see how it can come across as nothing more than deception. You're sorry? Why? I want to know why you're sorry. Huh? That's because I did something wrong. Wait, hold on. You've been deceiving us all along, Mias, and now you're gonna... Oi, what exactly are you after? You're after the same thing that the geezer was, ain't that right? Just into your bloodkins? That it was all for our sake? With all kinds of ridiculous excuses to turn us into one of those monsters? I do hope that you would all one day accept becoming seaborns. I'm not about to demand that you let yourselves be transformed today, right here and now. Instead, we all need some time to mentally prepare ourselves. I understand your statement to be implying that you will not be forcing this upon us, should we refuse. That's correct. We against managed to do what Fabius did, to bring sheet ourselves inside your body out of nowhere. Manners, huh? I was taken aback by the fact that Meas was a bishop of the deep. It's also true that Meas had never tried to bring us harm, unlike Fabius who attacked the sinners directly. While she did almost get us in big trouble with Irene by explaining things to us, it's also true that Meas has been extremely helpful so far. Sarah who led us to the lighthouse, and it was Sarah who stayed in that crumbling lighthouse until the repairs were done, as the terrifying night continued to assail its walls. What was the actual relationship to Fabius' enemies? As someone who also once strove to realize the visions of our ideal worlds, our goals have once converged, but not now. Was Petty taken back to? When he attacked you back at the village, maybe he got greedy when he saw Faust and Otis repairing the ship. He got greedy? Fabius believed that welcoming capable people as Bloodkin would expedite Seaborn's evolution. Cool. So you like some cult leader, but you don't necessarily want to antagonize us. You still haven't told us that you're after the door. Going to the city that lies beyond the dimensional door. Yeah, that... If all I know about Seaborns, that would be horrendous. So you're trying to flee to a different world where the Inquisition won't be able to chase you? Isn't running away. You just want to help the people of the city, that's all. So I'm thinking the Seaborns with me to the city. Don't tell me, you're going to invade the city alongside those monsters then. Then the foghorn suddenly blared and the ship shook its as began to move. As the masses began to move. Is this an automated sailing program? The rest of us will now sail towards the dimensional door. Networth Islands and Irene go right in front of the door, so don't worry. You see, it just has to not worry. Faust. Please calm yourself, Dante. It has not yet been determined if that is indeed the dimensional door, connecting directly back to the city. No, it has to be. The warm, shining light, and the voice from within. It's getting clearer and clearer. Should we just let them into the city? The battles thus far have done well enough to demonstrate the level of danger Seaborns pose. However, they will get very far even if they were to enter the city. Would you agree? In Hongyan, we've all seen what happens when Sapien settlement on human entities enter the city. The head will take action at the moment they realize their presence. Of course, we must prepare ourselves for repercussions in case we decide to hold Limbus coming response. Once the dust settles, it's also very likely that they will fully escape any culpability. So you saw in the memories of the Kang massacre. Thoughts first. Urban nightmare. However, considering the specific attributes, it will not take long for them to rise to become the star of the city werewolf threat. It's a reasonable possibility that they may be issued the Impultus Civitatis classification. This is not an acceptable risk. If not the head, it should be manageable by a wing. Isn't that terror of a calamity? Kalshit shook her head resolutely. No. Technology seems to be based on something else, which is neither original arts nor any of its derived technology. That is precisely what could make your world vulnerable against Seaborns. Is it because they learn fast? Yes. Those on the front lines of the war against Seaborns suddenly stick to using traditional low-tech weapons. Employing high-technology weapons against them is only going to make you an enticing meal. Then can we just let whichever unfortunate wing that ends up fighting these? Take into account that it may take a significant amount of time to earn that trust. If they were to be convinced, there would be other parties with alternative perspectives on the matter, complicating issues. The situation will rapidly go out of control if backstreet syndicates or fixers get involved, unless the head designates a taboo to prevent it. And then, considering what she has been saying, yes, we must consider the possibility that they may be capable of absorbing the head's technology as well, or they are expelled from the city. How do you plan on helping the people of the city, Meas? By giving them a chance to become Seaborns? What are you on about? Become Seaborns? Ain't all there either, eh? What kind of help is that? Yes, you know what's not too different from what the Church of the Deep is doing here. No, it's different. For someone, shower the city with the light. How do you know this? Light? Beam of light from the white nights and dark days incident. How do you? Would it be? Becoming a Seaborn is to become part of a great will called We Many. She has a Gesellschaft, or no? In doing so, one can be reborn as an altruistic life form, at the cost of ego, the sense of self. That's always been my issue with it. One has beliefs of their own, dreams of their own. It feels so empty to lose all of that when they inevitably lose the sense of self as they become Seaborns. Look, I want each Seaborn to have their own wishes. But the light shining through the dimensional door to our world is too faint to push them toward the evolution. Only the light of the city could become more tangible, so we'll be able to give every Seaborn an identity of their own, remain uniquely themselves. The advice is that you advocate toward those of the city to join the Seaborns, and one could simply learn more of the light before returning here. First, I thought all I needed was a clue to a better evolution, but Don Quixote's Tales of Adventures changed my mind. Mine adventures? I don't understand just how precarious you all are. How would you, when you were born into the kind of world from the very start? Days where life has become a commodity and gold one of its few religions? It has abandoned its yesterdays to survive today. In doing so has given up on its tomorrows. As I needed the light, the city needs Seaborns. It needs the tenderness hold to life, and the absolute, unconditional selflessness. But at the end of the day, it still means that everyone has to turn into monsters. People ostracize the other. Something that isn't like me. Something that feels alien to me. Something I don't understand. I mean, losing myself to a hive mind is bad, and I don't even know if the light really fixes it, right? So, off the boat she goes. So that feels natural, because Seaborns are not human. But you just have to cross that threshold once. Smears, do you believe the nature of humanity to be evil? Humans are selfish, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Good things can come from selfishness, that's for sure. But the side effects have become simply unsustainable. Doctor, you've been to countless battlefields where Wood's Island has fought tooth and nail, the vials of the infected. But what came of it? Peace? Angry Dawn? No, it's the same. But still, we are still getting better, little by little. We're not trying to divide those small incremental steps and call them meaningless. We'll just take time. And should continue. I believe your efforts can be a beacon of light that will lead humanity towards a brighter future. What about everyone who is sacrificed while you're taking your time? Taking those incremental steps. Yeah, sacrifice them into becoming monsters instead. Great argument. Every single day that incremental change is marred by unjust deaths. Some are enslaved for no other reason than their differences. People live on in that despair that seems to have no end. I agree with what the light told me. You are deceased. And no, don't listen to her. They're so sick that even in the far-flung future, even when the world ends, they will continue to fail to look forward. Just with scrutinizing each other in search of those differences. Even when every eagle returns to sea, they're still going to bully and hate anyone with pointed ears, labeling them aegis. Even when oil is truly eradicated, people are still going to suspect and persecute someone as the infected. People are imperfect beings. You're right. Probably isn't anyone out there who can really sacrifice themselves for the sake of others with nothing but perfect selflessness. But not when it comes to Seaborns. Don't suffer from all this absurdity. Nor they coerce to sacrifice against their will. The power to progress toward a better future built from mutual understanding. Because they are the kind of life form that seeks common grounds instead of scrutinizing for differences. The bells, they are tolling. It's just like China again. Strange shaped form shimmers on metal as before me. I can't tell what it was, but it was round and it looked like tool. Is it possible that they already met the conditions to efflorescence? Possible explanation would be the absence of the particular pull required to draw it out of her, or the insufficiency of it. Isn't anything like But what's happening in front of Miss Mears? Is our proximity to the dimensional door increasing the potential of influences coming over from the city? Precisely. Connection to Faust returning to normal levels seems to indicate that. Wait, can people in other worlds, I mean Mears, also manifest ego? Internal conflict and anxious community among every intelligent entity, regardless of whether they are from the city or not. Therefore, yes, Faust is quite positive on this possibility as well. However, what does that mean? Potential to efflorescence and ego lies the potential to distort as well. Been dreaming for a long time, Mears, from your own picture of an idealized world. And you have chosen the ocean as the means to building a path toward that vision. Yet, have you failed to take the leap of faith yourself? I had to make preparations. Seaborns are beautiful, there's no doubt about it. It's just that piece was missing to really achieve what I want. Being honest with yourself. I know it very well that you were afraid of becoming one of them. The fear that your own creed might crumble, that you might lose your own sense of self, your ego. The fear that you might end up becoming nothing more than just another thing swept up by the ineffable, overwhelming will. Isn't it terrifying that this hope can just disappear in a blink? Who's he talking to? This is something Limbus commonly has experience with, so I'd appreciate the explanation. Well, it's time to spoil a few things about this universe. She's hearing that voice. That singular faith that one had absolute confidence in breaks in one fell swoop. The ironclad will is shattered. If the city have the potential to distort into a monstrous form at any time. Besides, the phenomena are often accompanied by the distorting individual hearing a disembodied voice. Indeed, those who distort would often behave as though they were engaged in conversation. Of course, the same could be said for those who awaken ego. At first, I thought it was Kathy, but it wasn't there. The voice was beautiful, comforting, and even cozy. The kind of voice that puts all deep contemplation to sleep, so calm and so warm. No, there's no more to the sunshine than its warmth. Sunshine? You share your interest with the other devotees. Survival isn't what you care about. What you really care about is giving everyone a chance to experience what it feels like to live in a world of warmth. Even it may be. Right, we have to be about more than just prolonging our existences. What really matters isn't survival. It's what we leave behind for posterity, or legacy. As long as it is guaranteed that the light can indeed protect the sense of self, it will be more than enough to convince people to become Seaborns. Please, you don't have to concern yourself with what other people might think, Mears. But everyone has their own wishes. I can't just bulldoze over theirs to force mine upon them. It's not what you really believe, is it? You know that better than anyone. While you hesitate, countless people who are bound to the inaccessible pit will continue to suffer. Why do we actually hear this voice? I feel like it made a lot of sense that we heard distortion shenanigans during Heathcliff's thing, but this is only the second time that we actually hear the distortion happening in both ways. So why now? How? That might be true, but it's okay. You don't have to hide the shape of your heart, its colors. The only thing you have to concern yourself with is you can lead the people of the city, then terror. Okay, we can't just sit here and let this happen. Operators, 2 positions. Operators unable to approach. Surrounded by a strange field, Doctor. Or someone would distort you to reasons other than the monolith. Strange pressure would prevent our approach, as though to stop us from interfering. Looks like that applies here too. All the way over in another world. Love is our collective destination, after all. So please, let go of this tool that might break your heart. Force yourself to walk the path of thorns. Pilgrimage needn't be that of suffering. No, even any because, do you? Other than this, anyway. Don't you think we should find a better, faster path with less suffering? Or more people inevitably hurt each other with their ill intent? You're right. There's no recourse. It has to happen faster. Can't waste any more time while people suffer. Follow your wishes. Follow your desires. And paint. Show them the painting of your world reflected in your eyes. But the compassion they believe in becomes completely worthless. Oh, nice jellyfish, though. Here's the yearning flotsam. Understand the shape of your heart and what makes you want to enter the city. We still know so little about the Seaborns, about Terror, about Iberia. Never may have lit the fire under your feet. I can't bring you with us to the city as you are now. Before the sinners had a chance to translate my words, Mia slowly turned in my direction, so she clearly understood my words. I must, Dante. Adventures were full of exhilarating tales and saw kindness in the every word and action of you and your friends, but it's not enough. You don't think they'll change? They will. The far, far future. Incandescent billions burst forth from before Mia's. That is a cool city, man. Past the light is sort of ocean. Calm sort of gently lapping crashing waves. Whence the golden billions? Water? Where did they come from? Dungeon of the Phantoms. A gate that leads into one's heart. This periphery, serves the Beast Department's facility begins. But what lies beyond this periphery does not necessarily warrant Woods Island's presence. You guys help? I don't know what kind of phantoms I'm walking into, but I have a feeling that we're going to need your assistance. Dr. Calcite. Only here to investigate the dimensional door, but it wonders to turn our backs on people we can help. Woods Island, accept Limbus Kami's cooperation request. I go too. Still in Iberia. Can let Iberian business be handled solely by outsiders? An incident connected to the Church of the Deep. Don't worry, it's not like this. It's the first time you're letting someone not in our group into the dungeon of the Phantoms. You'll be fine. More sea terrors. Circumstances, it seems very likely that sea terrors that were surrounding the lighthouse are coming this way as well. I call Scotty here. You'll be staying behind then? Maybe I will go with you, Doctor. Bring me us who had already disappeared into the portal. We take our steps into the utopian world beyond. Here's my voice. It is reset, let's go. Thank you, game. But hey, this I might be able to kinda clear this and go to bed in a reasonable time. Let's fucking go. Bye. Right, I will do it in... I forgot how Neo Dungeons work for a second. News of the wars getting grimmer by the day. Sea terrors are coming, swarming. This is the day when the ocean-born calamity broke and sank Aegir's seemingly infinite stalwart growth. Aren't you going to the surface, Mayas? More and more people have been getting too anxious to stay in Aegir. But if Aegir falls, it only means that the surface is soon to follow. Hi, we head to the surface too? I'm thinking about it. Why there weren't that many people around me began to leave for the surface? I considered some of them to be close acquaintances. All tried to convince me to leave with them. But fleeing my home in favor of the land didn't feel right. The foretold calamity descended, the heavy blow to Aegir, but the surface suffered much worse. I had to help them, how could I not, after hearing that such a terrible thing has happened? I head to the surface. Seriously, the surface? Think hard about it before you go. You leave now, coming back might no longer be an option. My day must be a struggle for them, as I don't have to fear the immediate tomorrow. It's my responsibility to provide help as someone who is better off than them, even by a little. Oh, what if I don't go there to help? Things will only get much more dangerous for the land dwellers. Maybe the danger is the very thing that will hurt you. I still think I have to help them. I built myself an Aegirian research vessel at a cheap price to bring me to the land. Unable to even submerge itself while moving. This wasn't exactly the best ship out there. Normally wouldn't have even given it a second look. But I thought it would at least help me navigate the coastal sea. I didn't expect this. The very first thing I witnessed on the surface was a bottomless hostility against the Aegir. Man, denied me an Aegir's offer to help for the sole reason that I came from the sea. Denied me compassion, my research. Get lost. We don't need your stupid research. You're from the same place as the Calamity, aren't you? Do you really think we're so stupid that we trust you? I confiscated my catalysts and tore my research apart. Man, wish to stand with them against the Calamity was devoured by the hatred born of the same Calamity. Any kindness, any compassion I gave them was repaid twofold in hatred and suspicion. The terrible conditions of this land transformed them into monsters? This is always the nature. It wasn't long before the research vessel I brought from Aegir was confiscated out of suspicion. A few weeks later, when I finally came across the vessel by the beach, there was an uncanny name inscribed on the side. Rebellion de la Masses. None of that was enough to stop me continuing my research for the sake of the land dwellers. I went to so many twisted errors to somehow impede the sea terror's rapid evolution, revive the Iberian soil contaminated by the Nether Sea plant. But my work bore barely any fruit. I let the days float by as I watched the Inquisition arrest Aegir one by one. My sea terror samples and research notes came into view. They all looked completely different from one another, some of them with fundamentally different physiologies. Even still, nothing stopped from being us instead of I. For the first time, I became doubtful of my efforts to interrupt their evolution. The tales were not entirely fabrications. Yes, as the Bishop of the Church of the Deep, so that automatically makes her a sinner in the eyes of the Inquisition. I guess you can join us on to the bus, regardless of the reasons. The more I studied them, the more I found them to be such compassionate, altruistic creatures. All they cared about was the survival, without even a hint of selfishness. Not some evil monsters from the sea. Yes, I concede that seaborns may not be evil, but it doesn't matter what they are, whether they are kindly life forms or whether they are simply a different form of civilization. Doesn't matter. Because Iberia, the Inquisition, does not define seaborns as evil. Seaborns are our enemy. That's the human existence. I have but one thing to say as an Inquisitor. You, all of you, are my enemy. But it'd be a good thing for the Inquisition if we had to leave for the city, wouldn't it? Why, would you say that it's a good thing for us to toss our problem into another world? We like abandoning our pride. Unless they, the people of the city, give you permission as an Inquisitor, I can't let you do that. Yeah, don't get your hopes up about that either. You can wrap it in a box that says compassion for all you want, but Mias, your course isn't exactly the direction I'd like to sail in. The rest of the sinners prepare for battle in silent agreement with Ishmael's stand, as mothers with genuine disappointment. I didn't want to have to do this. Waves. I had no better word to describe the horde of sea terrors crashing into us. It was the only way it could have ended. The words are composed entirely of your own color, no one else's. Dante, right? You speak. You will hold the line and defend this place against the sea terrors rushing in from the rear. So in the meantime, can you take down Mias and deal with the remaining sea terrors? Absolutely. The manager has responded affirmatively. Operators will be throwing the sea terrors to us. We don't need to take them all down. We just need to act as a wall between the wave and the people of Limbus Company. I mean, I would like to ask you for help as well. Swamir? Please assist Limbus Company, just in case. Okay then, Let the mission begin. But why didn't I get to see Irene? I like Irene. Okay, so... Man... This is... I guess it is nice that you could say the difficulty is consistent, but I feel like that is one of my kind of main gripes with goddamn modern floor layouts in mirror dungeons. Like, why even give me choices at this point? I do not make any choice. Let's go. That is kinda sad. Want you. Yes, I still want you. Get him in there then. Let's do one Quaggo for the chances of the ego, I guess.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 그래.
Right.
목을 콱 물어버리자.
Ah, nah, this is still the same.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Right, this is when we can't we? I guess we can at least get all the ego resources, and next trash mob fight should be a lot faster. Could even say Dante and the Doctor are sometimes the same person, huh? But yeah, I guess I'm at least time to see the events in here. Oh man, I also sometime this week will need to run to my... Just realized I need to do my weekly mirror dungeons. I do not have that much time this week, I feel like.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
해무로 꿰뚫어
So many things.
저 해충들
Oh, it's fine.
사여. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 고작 이 정도 탕내야 넌
이 정도쯤이야?
시도는 좋았어요.
어머, 괜찮투성네. 엘리트 오페레이터
Why not meet? Right. I mean, you should not have come to this part of town.
토끼를 고작 이 정도 탕내야
You really shouldn't.
저 해충들을 도련
Man doesn't even survive one skill in a sense. It does feel so strange to just hear Arknights UI in my Mimdu game. We come across a cavern full of sunken ship remnants and golden treasures that have washed up inside. There are all kinds of unfamiliar sculptures and twinkling golden coins. There's a whole pile of treasure here. Hey, the records here say that this used to be a ship that sailed all across Terra. It must be a ship built for conquest, built during the golden age of Iberia. Look, it says here that there's a golden chalice made in Sargon. Combine an armada of tall, proud sails, unparalleled technology and innovation, and a certain king's creed, and you get this. It's the kind of glory you can barely hope to retrieve now. These items would be extremely valuable outside, but none of them seem very helpful for the situation at hand. Can you look just in case? Keep looking. Sinner Honglu picked up a golden compass from inside the weathered bag. The description on the compass indicates that it's an artifact created during the era of grand expeditions. Is this artifact still so intact? This space is only a bridge, made of items pulled from the coop unconscious that are most appropriate for the Phantoms. It truly exists, but may not be reality. Green stares at the compass for a moment, tempted. Turning around, having accepted the fact that it probably isn't a real artifact. Woodforge Compass.
할 순 없으니
Using a plus coin skill, heal 5 SP, and using minus coin skill, lose 5 SP. SP cannot drop below minus 40 from this effect. Max SP or minus 30 or less SP gain on power. This is a very good ego gift, yes. Man, I guess you probably will want to run the lore pack in Miro Dungeon for the next month while it's there, if the ego gifts are like this.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
No. Sati is not still that reliable to kinda get
敵に対して
Dawn into a negative state. Not with this team at least. She really tries to trick you into thinking she's a Rupture ID, but she really is just a Charge ID instead. Or part of the Plant Envy team. I'm not coping about it. We will get we'll get more IDs that synergize with the metal, I swear. Yeah, this should be a slaughter now. Us.
敵は深手を負っています。
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨지는 자 누구 하나 살려보내. 고작 이 정도 탕류에
But man, having this commerce would just basically turn off one of the adversities. I mean, to be fair, I guess you would also just have faith, to be honest. Like, actually, now that I think about it, commerce will not help that much on the later floors, since you would be capped to lower sanity anyway, so it does not actually give you the power. That's sad. Well, you would only really get it if you run negative coin IDs, but we really like a coherent team for this, and I get why Project Moon wouldn't want to give too many negative coin IDs out. Every time they release them, other than Mr. Potential Man, they're kinda good, huh?
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
18 enemies. Oh.
鬼に恥。
목을 떨궈주마.
You know, what this team really needs is more high shoes that just have also attack weight on their normal skills. Yeah, that's what the high shoe need.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
At least we see Happy Dawn.
敵は深手を負っています。
자,
It is sad that I feel like there's not much chance to run the latest for Pokus IDs. I guess God is Rupture, but I feel like she does not fit into the Haishu team at all. And I guess thinking was useful for once, at least now.
いい정도쯤이야?
I feel like thinking is slowly but surely also just an awkward design spot for Project Moon. Since if thinking is just working how it's supposed on paper with actually making the bosses with Sanity panic and everything, it becomes too powerful. But also just saying no to this kinda really lessens the impact of it. Like, yeah, Nightman was weak to singing, but it also was because it just deactivates his passive. Him deciding to steal with Sanity every second turn is not that huge of a boon then for your consistency. I mean, I assume next season will just be kinda burn season. But getting more charge, or if I guess charge, burn, then some new singing could be good, but also more poise. That's on my wish list at this point.
끝내지.
味方が優勢です。
시간 끌 것 없이
I feel like Tremor's still doing fine if you are into Tremor. Especially... Is it fine? I mean...
튀울 수도 없겠구나.
I would say the Otis ID was not great. More side great, but overall still pretty strong. I guess it also got a farm if you don't run it in burn, so that is very strong. Wait.
야음을 틈타.
Time to win weight more.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
And just seeing that Mastis is also still playing. How the hell is he still playing? He started like 2 hours before me. It's fine. Maybe I can rush it and wait him at his last boss fight. Yeah. To be fair, I'm kind of person that's very bad at taking breaks during long streams, and I probably should. My voice is doing great. I'm probably not a person that does do breaks very well in a sense, which is maybe something I should work on. But what if I war dog my work for like... Okay, I would not really call this stream work in a sense, but yeah, why not war dog it for like 6 hours and then just feel dead the next day and don't do anything useful? Yeah.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한테 멀겠지만. 단테산の作戦とても効果的でした.
You're upset at me, that's not good.
もっと効果的な方法が.
But yeah, I guess times like this is what really makes me appreciate Arknights. Don't get me wrong, Arknights has also its flaws, and I think so far Limbus is and will remain my favorite gacha game. I say while I probably, if I have enough time, I will probably try to release another chill video on my YouTube for another gacha game. Let's go. But yeah, Arknights combat at least really requires you to think. If you're, and maybe not if you go with overpowered support you and some other people that are overleveled. They do exist, I've seen them. But if you go in with just the units the game basically gives you as freebies and stuff like that, it does actually engage in gameplay. Even if it's like basically the filler stages. In Limbus, boss fights are pretty cool and everything. But especially doing this in the Phantom Dungeon where I have the Silent Hill advantage and in Fury also the Ego Gift advantage and the Sinif advantage, it really is just mindless gameplay. Honestly, I could and probably should just be a great streamer and do my gacha logins so I can just to go to bed while doing this, narrating this. I mean, I'm not really looking at my screen anymore. Okay, we are beating up the V, but that's the important part. Kinda. Yeah, I think the fight is unavoidable.
모조리 지워버리죠.
지 목을 떨고 주나. 고작 이 정도 넌 푸름을 틔우지.
Get eaten.
끝내지.
That is an encounter for all time. I mean, I really like at least seeing also the Project Moon art style on those enemies. And I mean, seeing Ami on the characters in that art style is pretty neat.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
So, get eliminated. I guess this might also be one of the times the pressing button might make sense. But What do you mean I didn't show my dailies and Arknights beforehand? Okay, see, the important updates is I got a 3-star for my recruit and a short dupe for my recruits and Arknights. Hey, Findus, hi. And the Gremlin is here apparently. You have returned? By the troll return. But others go to bed. It's midnight, it would make sense. Okay, I'm gonna be a great streamer, I'm gonna win weight, and then I'm quickly gonna look after this cat. I will be back, I swear.
도끼를 본다. 모험하군.
I successfully made my cat happy, so that is a win. And the win isn't even over. I know that we will never get faster animations because it's gonna fuck with how quickly you clear mirror dungeons, and Kim really wants that to take a while, which I understand in a sense because the economy of the overall game is in that sense fucked up. But also, man. Imagine if I can fast forward this at least a little bit. I would love that. Right, we will kill this one. We'll also figure out if I get any good text on my recruitments in Arknights. That is important. Will I proc or not? I think this is not good text. You can guarantee a 4-star? It's neat, I guess. Okay, time to actually play the video game. Through the ocean, wind blowing between white buildings. Someone stands with a lamplight and looks around, the gloom illuminating the piles of sea monster corpses. Given the clear similarities between his and Irene's outfit, he must be an Inquisitor too. What are civilians doing out there on the front lines? Or actually, she says, I guess he did take a lot of damage from the group, is what... vorbei, let's go with the Inquisitors. The Inquisitor must have been leading you out of here. Seem quite new, Inquisitor. Do keep up the good work. Before you go, could you please take this lamp to the Inquisition? Please tell them there was an Inquisitor who walked through the mists its trials and eventually made his country his fate. Limbus pride and warm. This must be what the Inquisitors of Abia are fighting the ocean to keep lit. Take the small but weighty lamp and continue. Brilliant lamplight.
모른 채 할 순 없으니.
I love my level 4 eco gift. I returned the first attack skill to be used against final power plus. Ooh. Attack skill was an eco skill against final power plus 4 and these 25. Jesus Christ. Most of the suit has nervous impairment stacks. Consume up to 4 stacks of it, but gain burn. That's still good. Actually, we do not even get this shop in this one. That's. At the center of what appears to be an arc symbolizing the city. The center of the brilliant golden light must be Mia's. Let's take a quick break here. Are you alright, Doctor? Just need to take a quick breather. You should probably work on your cardio. I'm sorry you might have to piggyback you around. Yeah, well, once you get back, I start working out like Elsie suggested. Executive manager, if it ever comes to it. You may trust me with the piggybacking. Goddammit, Otis. I'm good. Here's being in close proximity to Mia's vision of October in the center of the light did something. Sequence near us only gave us a passing glance before attacking us. About the way they looked at us felt like they were concerned about us. The citizens couldn't help but look away with a funny feeling. We saw, we quit. Maybe these feelings are denials for all those times she spent agonizing over this. You know, if you're reaching a point where we have like whole conversations in abnormality events basically, could you at least color code the sinner's dialogue or something like that? They should have the technology for something like that and it wouldn't really be intrusive. I really think back Miss Mears. We help her return. That's what we're here to do after all. Alright, let's rest up for a bit before moving on. We do not get a shot, but I guess we get to heal. After taking enough rest, we continue into the affected light. Thank you, game. I needed that.
야음을 틈타.
Mayor's despair. The processing of people its intent, and the faint hope from the light found within them. And I really love the background so much. Why is this getting removed? All kinds of emotions and memories rise to this person, so having as phantoms, don't think again. Those same thoughts seep into me as well, unfiltered. And now I'm sad I have okay, close Arknights. I want to just listen to peak music. Humanity's intent will propagate unimpeded too. But the tides that Miss Mears is trying to summon to douse it will devour our humanity, the civilization and the city they came from. I don't think that's the right way to go. As long as Dante and the people of Limbus Company refuse, it isn't like the time will retrieve the ego. In place of the light, a speck of darkness casts a shadow. Out into the darkness. Strange power consumes through me before radiating towards the sinners. This is an emotional connection. What is emotional connection? When hit against enemies, 50 divided by number of coins % chance to gain 1 eco resource corresponding to the use skill affinity. And it dies after an allied unit's skill attack. And gain at least own eco resources. An encounter gain 1 eco resource of each affinity consumed when using the following ego skills. 2 of each, okay, so yeah, buff for the new egos. I see. We start with time protection, that's not good. Cannot change your panic type. Take minus 90% damage on burn, please. Time and rupture sinking. Yeah, okay. Did you realize 50% was not enough, huh? Burn and consume abyssal vitality to some sea terror horde. If there are fewer than 3 divines or deep sea sliders on the battlefield, randomly summon either of those units until there are some of 3 of them. External consume summoned units, abyssal vitality. Let us see found this on the battlefield. Consume 8 abyssal vitality, summon next turn. It's Spear for 12. Listen Reaper is on the battlefield 20. spend 20 on that. Anytime I see Terror, this unit summon the skill take quick stage 3 damage. 50% ability immediately ends combat facing against a new pattern. Disables the photo attacks it possess with passive, gain more vitality. When gaining this passive or when recovering from Psychic, gain shield. Gain shield activate the effects of compassion. It does not just shield at turn end. Shield picks you to getting hit becomes staggered and gain fragile. Okay, so okay, I see. Adding 5 nerves impairment to elements with less than 50 nerve. That's toxic. I gain fragile equal to double the number of times before the compassion you believe it's worth us used during the encounter. Okay. Keep fighting basically. When hitting a base and see with the unit skill converted from some, and you will activate a Limbus. I see. Unclashable. Oh, all nice of you. Actually, this is where we for sure really want to press this button. I don't think you really need anything else. You have sanity. You could make a point that we should use the Skadi Ego to put some thinking on her or something like that. But yeah, I see that this wants me to just spam Egos for the AoEs then, doesn't it? So we can clash with the boss while also taking down the ants. That hurt. Yeah, we have a group button. This time it might actually be relevant. Goodbye, Floor. It's nice to see all the fish. Anyways, where's my lunacy for this? I demand answers. This is nice, man. I like underwater stuff like this, anyways. Indiscriminate, you would figure the Limbus, wouldn't you? There's alles among them versus okay, can I just read it there? It's going to be target ally sees 0 damage. Target an ally play defense level up and next turn next turn 5 before with vitality. Like an enemy inflicts sinking, nervous impairment. For fence level power up. Human vitality for every surviving ally, however, apply damage up next turn to all allies. Kind of always want to cancel that one. Actually, do we want to cancel this one? Actually, I guess we don't want to cancel, we want to clash, so that just removes that reading comprehension. I'm very slow, I should probably do it the other way around. It's 12, it's not that hard. It's also 12 though. Actually, you want a Skadi for sure. Yeah, baby. I just want to use all my new tools finally, okay? I mean, actually getting the passive out of the way is also probably not the worst thing to happen. Maybe don't go too overboard with my other egos yet though. That's pretty neat.
시간 끌 것 없이
시비수에게 명한다.
모조리
이 앞에
치워버리죠.
숨쉬는 자.
I guess I would, now that I have the skill fee out of the way, I would kind of want to also spam Honglu's ego though.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한테 조금 멀겠지만.
사요. 짐승.
But yeah, it's a different kind of boss fight again. I feel like lately we have a lot of bosses that are ad specific, or maybe it's just because Last World Porg is not there too. But I guess this really fits for the Seaborn.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서
Let's become monster.
스스로
Only will deal damage.
効果的な攻撃でした。
I think we have different understandings of effective attacks. Now this one though.
파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만. 敵は深手を負っています。
This really is just gonna be peak spam egos. Swacking the hell out of this. We have a skill 3 here, we can maybe wait a turn. That is more sanity for people. If only it was... It does have more healing. But the sanity region not being on it as strong as from Blue, it's like it does kinda hurt. Does nobody have a good clash? Thank you. Would like to see struggling.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
흐릿한 등화. 곱게 접은
I will just basically wait till Quecko's ego will carry us in like 10 turns. Where's the V? But that's why it just so high. Hurts. Let's hope it's got hit by any of the other AoEs that didn't really pay attention to that.
멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아. 스스로
That's an AoE. Let's just look at this. Increase power +1 for every nervous impairment on the main target. When targeting ally sees 0 damage. Less with the skill regardless of speed. Power down paralyzed. Deal minus 80% damage. Yeah. You gain vitality from this? That is rude. Yeah, we really don't want to lose this clash. About that. It's only favored. I hate that. It's hopeless. I hate that. Open. We believe in the heart of the cards, I guess. We might want to actually press the button. Why is sourcing only neutral in the... I believe in my man. I think it's the best thing we can do. Get some damage on the Reaper. Press button.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
That's... I love gambling. Fuck me.
이상. 행색이 이상하나.
Well,
그럼에도 이상이요.
that was cool.
내가 아시의 이상을 함께 줬던
Well,
이상이요.
we might want to save this if it does do garbage again though. But hey, we have fully powered up Beggar. I would classify that as bullshit. Didn't we press the button? I guess we did not. Hopeless. I to see that. We cannot pass. What's that figure? Ah, like fuck me, I guess. This is not great.
흑수묘 뒷박질 춤. 숨통 끊기.
That does feel great though.
물 넘고 꺾고 제차 혈염도 바로 모아쳐라
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。
But yeah, I guess it's nice that Limbus also has now the hint system, quote unquote. Show you what the important clashes are and everything. I feel like it would have been easier than the priority base, but game can also just fuck you over if you lose the coin flip on that important clash. Gameplay. Oh, you got... It's not good.
이 스며들 듯한 비 우산이 새진 않나 못겠소.
혈염도 바로 모아쳐라
もっと効果的な方法が。
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메말은 당신.
Please just don't make me redo this fight. It's gonna be a painfully long fight. I wonder how long this fight is actually in Miro Dungeon. Oh, don't... Fuck.
이날이 적을
囚人が退却でき
너의
ませんでした。
쓸모를 보여라
ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
We hate to see that. Let's get me more healing. First button. You would probably get... Would get staggered anyways. Please let me just kill things.
곱게 접은 종이에 던졌습니다. 식구의 하늘.
Or let me hit any heads, no?
討伐確認
I guess no.
한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
At least, I guess we are slowly progressing to this thing's health bar. Even if it doesn't feel like it at all. Does it always just keep it this far at this point? That's... well, we do what we do every day. And sometimes we might just quote it though, because it's funny. They are always struggling against this weakling. I really want this to be consumed. Actually, it would not clash well, but getting boys off more would probably be good, now that I think about it. Is this more reasonable? Nah. Bucket Sauce Clash is super high. What's the worst thing that can happen? Oh, we are slow? Slow fucks. Okay, so we are crashing from Lu. By you. This one. Can't believe I'm actually playing the game. Also at 5 speed. So here's what it is.
흑수며 뜀박질 춤.
아득한 여정.
I wonder how it would feel like with other ego gifts.
희망과
I feel like at least having the ego gift to get slowly rid of the start is good.
원망도 뉘우침도 소용이 없었으니 그저 무언가를 잡으려 애썼을 뿐.
Please, thank you.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 걷고 제쳐라.
More death's always nice. Second phase, please. Jesus Christ. you've aged a lot since the last time we met, Fabi. This is a characteristic of your subways. You haven't aged a day. So, what brings you to the Church of the Deep? It's indispensable in our preparation for the impending doom. Nothing, I mean nothing else can ensure the survival of humanity. Thus, it would only be right for me to join hands with those who are able and willing to become Seaborns, to search for a way to prolong our existences. Looking to use the knowledge of the wise and the tender's nourishment for Seaborns. But that won't do anything more than prolong our existences. But is survival alone not enough? For the bishop of the church would share a majority of that belief. Happy, you and I both have put our faith in the Seaborns. The word faith might mean something different for you than it does for me. Seaborns shouldn't be our object of worship. We have to stand on equal grounds as them, set our eyes on their natures. Please, step aside. Desperation, sadness, sympathy. His emotions gush upward, carried by bubbles. Terror, a land in which the hate of the different has entrenched itself. A city, a place in which people, crushed by the trials of life, have surrendered to its absurdities. They both need the Seaborns, perfected beneath the light. This is but your wish, Miss Venus. Faust does not believe them to be necessary elements for the city. Even in the city, there are people who are searching for the reasons to live on, dreaming of a better world. We all know they can possibly be easy to change, but there has to be some kind of worth, value in the process alone. Lives we lead within the city. Worth could there be to a life of the unkind? Kind of life humanity is doomed to exist in, where all we ever do is hurt and hate one another? Listen, efficient order, natural altruism. Both virtues humanity should never lose sight of. But there's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the values of life. Survival is the right of all civilization, which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life to argue for it. I mean, honestly, especially since now Doctor gets a lot more talking, I feel like maybe it's because I'm still in the early parts of Arknights. But I feel like this Doctor is kind of very out of character for our Doctor, but I think I've basically heard that Doctor also becomes kinda chat basically during Arknight's story and everything. But yeah, it does not fit with my Doctor that barely knows what's happening and cannot console his bunny girl. But what if there's no other way? Can you even understand what I'm saying? Some time had passed since I made Faro murder my home. Like my prediction, the Seaborn's evolution seemed to have lost its explosive progress, and Fabio seemed to be content thus observing the slow development. Maybe it's because the directionless, without a specific wish. And still, the Seaborns were the key to changing Terra, the land. To stand against the incoming calamity, we needed the survivability and adaptability. The humanity that has turned exhaustion into ill intent needed the Seaborn's blind, selfless altruism toward their own. So while I never stopped my studies, something small but sharp continued to stab at my frustrated heart. Stultified and unable to be resolved. We had to lose even our sense of self and creed, assimilated into this stagnant and great will. For the sake of survival, civilization had to be no more. For the sake of us, I had to be no more. The realization of that paradox made the first crack in my confidence. The Seaborns were the answer to the problem Iberia, the land and humanity faced, and through the cracks the seeds of doubt were sown. We already come too far to find a path more beautiful than the Seaborns. No more wasting time with these stupid ruminations. There has to be a way, some kind of condition Seaborns need to fulfill to retain their sense of selves, retain their individual hopes and wishes. I stood adrift atop the inundation of years I dedicated to this purpose, holding onto this precarious hope, steeled my shaking heart. That was the easy part. There are no better solutions. Don't look away from the answer that lies right in front of me. All I need to do is find a way for Seaborns to hope and wish, to have them each carry a sense of self. I just had to repeat that to myself like a mantra again and again. But my drifting days came to an end when I found a new path illuminated by the strange light from across the sea. On that day, yes, the day when the faint blue light shone, whisper visited me. Who's there? Whose voices? What? The answers out through the eons by people I didn't recognize played over and over my ears. Voice that spoke, it was muffled but warm and beautiful. Light of the city? Hearts that were lost? Oceans that were forgotten? The sense of self that... Well, that's enough of that, but I'd like to hear more about the light. Don't listen to her. It has sprouted from the 10 virtues. And the image those words threw in my mind was clear and more beautiful than ever. Terror, the city, they've both failed to find a way out of this riddle. If going to be satisfied with living on as they are, then change is what you see by standing still. If you want to think about a better world, then even if you may be lost in the ideals, you have to keep walking. Survival, worth of life, as I've never been too certain about either of those complicated ideas. Finishing creed of which to convince her. That's not to say that the city has no need of the altruistic nature Mias wants to think there. That's not to say that I have a better answer than a combination of seapoints and the light. Even still, the emotions, the regrets, the conversations I found and collected over this journey alongside the sinners become my answer, and I take on. See, I don't really know the city all that well either. My memory only goes back a year, and for what is practically my entire existence, been surrounded by the sinners and our adventure. Still, we want to keep trying. You're right, the city is an absurd, vicious place. Something new and horrible surprises me every other day, but... Mias, that light you spoke of, don't think that's what protects the ego, the sense of self. To protect it, you have to first look unflinchingly both ways. The path that lies ahead, the one that you've walked. Then, confront them both. That can't be right. Light, it has to... You're just working based on what you heard about the city and the light, ain't that right? How can you be so confident that the light will be able to protect the seaborn sense of selves? And that's just what you want to believe? Think, it's a distant possibility. If the light can do what you hope it does, yes, it won't change anything. Turning our nature's kind by transforming us into seaborns? A convenient method like that isn't our path. Because the sense of self protected like that, the kind nature attained like that, wouldn't be our own, it'd be yours, Mayors. Protecting your own sense of self by being compassionate and kind, it's a path for unbearable suffering. We might fail some days, despite our best efforts. Some days we'll be forced to confront the sins of our past and suffer. Gravity, not one of us, as we are now, may see the combination of the path, yet I can hardly find it within myself to simply leave it all in the high hands without so much as trying. The saying that seaborns can be, the answer I've always thought. Doesn't make much sense if you think about it, Mayors. Sea monsters don't even know what self means. That's why they show no hesitation before sacrifice. If we were to introduce the sense of self to those sea monsters, the selflessness you want will be no more. He's a seaborn-shaped distortion who is not a seaborn, and endlessly anguished contemplating distortion. Mia's wishes to achieve an altruistic world, then her desires has to be that she doesn't want her efforts to become meaningless. Seaborns may be perfect an answer for some people. Recent example, Fabius. It seems clear to me that was precisely his wish. But it doesn't seem to align with yours. Find a new answer, Miss Mias. Tell me, I have to go back to wandering for so much time again? In search of that new answer? You won't be alone on the path. Work it together. Relying on one another. It won't feel as long. Trying to carry such a heavy burden all by yourself, Miss Mias. It's just a prideful thing to do. Consume fire to inflict more on the implements. Okay, it's just fake the shield basically, right? You have an ego banked up. How nice. Oh, that seems like it could probably be the spookiest clash I don't like. Man, imagine when... You remember I had like 40 of the Scabbard on Quacker, those were good times. How do the other clashes look like? Jesus Christ, I see. That's That's a good one. Actually, maybe he has so many. Do we have so many resources? Getting a request in somewhere would be pretty neat. You really just want to spam me egos. I'm here for that, I guess. Actually, getting content of this late is not that great, but if we are investing in all of our egos, probably want that very badly. This is a bit awkward. It's all egos, baby.
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니
Next turn gonna hurt if we don't get a shield down.
빈 벼로에 남았구나.
Aww. Please, for the love of God. Let's go.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
Look at all my fancy egos.
수확하는 모든 시선이 이끌리지요.
That's rude. Yeah, sometimes I'm not as fan of those unpickable coin thingies.
구속구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔 턱없이 모자르지.
I think the silent heal after all this ego spam is good as the last ego, not gonna lie.
지나온 길을 생각.
What's more said? Tides carry away the windows to Maya's past, soon devouring them beyond vision. It's almost as if Maya's in the dungeon of the Phantoms. No, the ocean itself is fusing into one. Majority of distortions encountered by the bus team have assumed a form generally recognized as an organic entity. However, there's nothing preventing the distortions from form faking the boundary and taking a different shape, may vary by the individual's desires. The distortions allowed to accelerate undeterred, and may eventually corrode this very space in which we stand. We are taking some time to catch our breath. A few small machines tumble to the ground, shot from one of the tumbling phantoms. Must be one of those mysterious machines in Mia's home we saw when we prepared into her memories. Machines continued to whir loudly, as though the waves spoke them. Saw that there were various apparatus attached to the sockets on the sides. Expensive they appear, yet how did my stream? Fuck me. I think my stream dropped for a second then. This is like not a time to perish. Don't drop my frames. Is anyone use anything using up my network? I don't. It's kinda good, maybe? Okay. Woods Island already seems to have their hands full holding the line against the tides of sea terror. We should probably take just one and leave the rest to help them out. Discussion with the sinners, we decided to take just one of the machines. The max XP and healing boost and the effects of Hand of the Saint. And safeguarding effects against Stagger. Gain infected counteracts dynasty friends influences. That's you know, I think I like that. I saw Songdu that perished at the end. That's so sad.
囚人が死亡。どうすれば。
I probably should have pressed that button earlier. Right then. Getting more healing wouldn't hurt. Bit scared of that clash. Yeah, I'm a bit scared of this clash. What do you mean struggling? Jesus Christ. We'll get through the summer. Maybe. What is fucking with the... What is fucking with the... Careful. Oh, you're still missing one of your super moves? That is also spooky. Ah. But maybe quote something. Yeah, not at the most. Sanity after that. Or does this not have any preview? Take it. Please just beat up the scoop. I want to be free. Show them that life is worthwhile.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아. 스스로
Imagine if it wouldn't get to do this bullshit. Guess maybe getting the understacker because of the nerf thing would also be good. Yeah. Getting hit quite a lot.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메말은 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
That hurts. Peace for the love of God. This is very bad now.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
Oh, bless her. Hmm. Yeah, that's the problem. I can put some bullshit thinking and stuff like on her beforehand. This is dumb. Okay, we go with this. This. What do you mean it's... Let's just go with it. It's probably the best we can get.
일기당천.
한눈 팔지 마세요.
Please, so speed up. Want to be free.
밀려올 테니.
Goodbye button. I actually hate the button. Okay, we are Moose. Whip. I fucking hate video games. This is such a long boss fight.
예전부터 한 번은
Wait, you...
일이 없었지.
I guess I should have...
대관원을 나선 이후부터 언제나 풀고
I'm not gonna do this tonight.
될 때까지 피를 흘리고 치고 나의
Why did that not give me just... No, Mirror Dungeon does it just give you the V-Start option. Why does it not give you the V-Start option there? I fucking hate video games. Yeah, I'm not gonna sit through another one of those. Guess everything works later. I might quickly beat this up on stream tomorrow or something. I will see. I mean, like, this has to be the last thing of it. Sucks. But yeah. Peak intervallo in a sense. Maybe a bit long. But it is good. It's good. But please just end me. We can wait. Prestige and I can basically go to bed. That is a good plan. Also gonna play like some Remnant 2 with this Mastisha man and Wolsey. So let's watch this man in preparation. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm Venus fight at this point. So thanks for watching everyone and have basically good night, I hope, and get your sleep. That's the important part. Bye bye.